Yat eshik edo shidene she Keanu Crosby unisha touching in Nishlin nanist ejidene pachichina ke tashiche nanist ejidene tashinal shija do shama lavana do malcolm voya flat ada shana he zarangan de nasha she oho Amarillo de inusta the nepiza de she buho ago she yat agado awe nishin ahye. I was say the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag in the United States of America, a true republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all.
Kaya ashla dingo beta hazogi beta natai tayese nalingo babiche arishne hala ajo ba si hasen ya arate kayat athlae sanagi diandene yate hozen benache nike ajo ba bizili beta hinata.
I stood the flag and say in Mexico is these humble a perfect venture and monkey nine kocho. Your talk the house up but not I yishinally di jona yishin benet sa it's itaya it's ego big huinzin at
Yeah.
Yatesha eskai kelinieshe Bayajito tashitine sepi nana hai Toba hana shla touch a bashishin toba clini dashite touching ni dashinelle Shama Elisa Curly Warrior, Shija Jerry Curly Jr. Warrior, Shiche A. Michael Sherman Warrior, Chanel Hasta A. Siobhan Jennings Warrior, Oho Amarillo the Inishta. And now I'm gonna sing the national anthem. Yasha Dano Flynn Hayo Kapeyetan Padang Wini Ko Ate Danata Iya Kotasla Ini No dos do besante sons Na baye tahayang Betahaniye Kotas la Nihich tahana la ini Ahu ako beneneta Bahudid dahalonted Hey tansi hasan Tos not das sozen tis Doshi son bentaneko Danata ado Nekeya beye eke Hozho Nahasli. Thank you.
Everyone, if you could bow your heads. Father, thank you for this week and for this month, Father. Thank you for the season of fall. Lord, just thank you for bringing new things to the district and to our parents and to our students, God. May we have healthy discussions today, Lord. Be with our presenters, be with our board members, be with our faculty, Lord. Just pray that we have healthy discussions, Lord. Be in our hearts, be in our minds. Speak through our thoughts, God. May we have a great evening, great discussions, God. May everything go well, and may great student outcomes come out of this meeting. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Thank you, Mr. Noble, and thank you especially to these young ladies and these young people, excuse me, that offer us that pledge and national anthem. We're at item E, presentation approval of the agenda. Consent agenda.
Mr. President, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Thank you.
I second.
Thank you. We have a request for a comment or a question. Go ahead.
I was ready to ask my question before the motion. I'll ask Mr. Wells.
Do you want to go ahead?
I would like, I don't know when to ask, but I would like some information on the financial reports. And are we able to do that?
Is that part of the...
I don't, well, it just says to, on the consent agenda to,
I think the financial reports are later.
if the board member requests, then they can make that information.
Is there an item, Ms. Aspis, on
It's on the financial.
which part?
The final claim, I would like to know the ad valorem, I would like to know the Carl Perkins and the impact aid. And so whoever's acting finance director, we can.
Ms. Aspis is requesting some information on financial report. We have somebody that can address that.
Do you have somebody here? Yeah, I didn't know where, because we have a combined. It would have to be pulled off the consent. So approve the whole agenda and then go to consent and has to be pulled off of that. Okay, well, let me know how, okay. So we'll go ahead with the motion.
Okay, Mr. Soul, your motion was to approve the agenda?
Yes, we're approving the agenda. And then when that goes to consent, we can probably have the item pulled up for further discussion.
There's so much echo in here, I can't hear it.
No, we're going to proceed as Secretary Wells was going to do.
We're asking for approval of the agenda, and then we'll go to the consent agenda.
Sharon will let us know.
I second to approve the agenda.
It's been moved and
Yeah,
seconded to approve the agenda. All in favor? Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
Ms. Aspis?
Yes.
Mr. Soul?
Yes.
Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Moving on to consent agenda review items. Are there specific items, Ms. Aspis, that you want pulled?
What's that? Okay, and I want it pulled, or talked about, discussion on impact aid, ad valorem, Carl Perkins, and JOM.
Which item would that be under, though?
Okay, well, I just saw the routine matters, so that's why I went ahead. So you can request to move it down here? Okay. So when do I do that, right now? Secretary Wells, I'll go ahead and, request now.
Check the parameters. Can't hear you, Ms. Estes, online.
Ms. Aspis is requesting to pull item F
F.
and discuss that in possible questions. So I need a proposal to approve.
Okay. All right. Mr. President, I will make a motion to approve all the items that are listed on the consent agenda with F pulled up for separate action and discussion. Thank you.
Do I have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the consent agenda with the exception of item F to be pulled for later discussion. Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
Ms. Aspis?
Yes.
Mr. Soul?
Yes.
Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
And myself. Okay, moving on to 3 possible questions from board on consent agenda items and our discussion of items pulled from the consent agenda. Do we have somebody that can address those items?
I believe we can have a discussion. I'll do the best I can to I'm trying to pull it up right now. But we don't have a representative from finance to be able to do that.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Aspis, and ask your question.
We don't do that till 3.
We're on 3.
Yeah, we're on the item that's requested now.
Possible questions from board. We're there.
Can you pull up the reports?
We just approved the consent agenda with the exception of that.
All right. Well, Steve said he was gonna answer those.
Okay.
The board, Mr. Carlson was gonna answer those questions. He's not ready. I don't know if we can delay it a little bit. Secretary Wells,
We gonna let further still?
we're waiting on Steve. I don't know if you want to wait. You can wait.
I was about to ask, are there any specific questions to probably help clarify what's going to be asked and presented?
My microphone is on.
I think he has a speaker on.
Ah, thank you.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Aspis. Questions?
Okay, first of all, let's do the impact aid.
Okay. So impact aid is something that probably will have to go with, I don't know if Chrissy, if you can help out with that. According to this, there was no revenue at all for this particular report. And I'm looking at the board report summary. And then impact aid operational, according to expenditures, was 1.5 million, according to, and that's general impact aid. There's also impact aid special education, which was 61,000, and then Indian education, which was 457,000. Year to date, 1.3 million.
Okay, and the Carl Perkins, which one, I see two of them there, which one is for the Bond Wilson?
So there's two on there. One is the current, and the other one is the redistributed. And I would imagine that the current is what we have available to us now, and the redistributed has not been put in. That's probably carryover from last year. But there has been very little expenditures, it looks like, out of Carl Perkins.
And JOM?
So Johnson O'Malley, as it's listed there for this current period, is only $145. And I'm assuming that has something to do with the fact that the Johnson O'Malley funds have not really been sent out yet completely, because they're still being worked on. And the year to date is 1,734.
Okay, and the ad valorem, I see this.
Ad valorem, it looks like there was no expenditures whatsoever. As far as revenues, there was none from this month either. And I'm going to ask, I do have Dr. Berlinda Begay online. If she wants to add any content and context maybe for Johnson O'Malley, she can join in and let us know more. Oh, she's here, not online. My bad. Dr. Begay, do you want to jump up on the microphone?
You can just walk, Ms. Begay. You don't have to jump.
Good evening, everybody. What was the question?
So we're looking at the reports here, and the Johnson O'Malley figures for both expenditures and for revenues are very small. And so we're kind of wondering if there's been any change to that. There's been, according to this, there's no revenue reports at all for Johnson O'Malley, and only expenditures totaling $145. Just kind of maybe update us what's going on with Johnson O'Malley.
Good evening, Board President, Vice President, Secretary, and board members that are listening online as well. So we have the updates on JOM, we currently have a carryover fund from last year that we are using up because it's first in, first out. So what we've done with that, one is to help support the dual language 6th grade at Eva B and Newcomb Elementary in terms of their setup for the classrooms. They didn't require much. It was just like supplementary materials that they asked for. And we have opened up caps and gowns to all high schools. The deadline for that was October 31st. And we did get maybe 98% of our seniors funded through there from all 4 high schools, and they did meet their deadlines. We do have some office supplies that we did order just to replenish our day-to-day operations. And some teachers did request some Navajo language and culture items that are aligned to their curriculum and using that for their instruction. I think those were what we've been spending so far with this carryover. The carryover wasn't a lot, so we're trying to spend that. Since we got that carryover, we want to continue the indigenous sewing, and we did introduce weaving. We want that to continue as well. As you remember, our JOM was awarded 3 times nationally for our indigenous sewing and cultural programs. So that's what we're supporting with this carryover.
Okay, yeah, I was looking at it and then seeing that I thought maybe I was looking at it wrong, where it's, in the expenditures, the $145, and I thought, of course, flags went off, but when do we expect, or are we playing the waiting game where get reimbursement on some of those, or how?
Yes, so with JOM, it is reimbursement. We use our district funds first until we get our reimbursement. And if you remember, JOM is always a month behind on expenditures. So with this carryover, we have to make sure that we expend these funds sooner. Our deadline to use that up is the end of December, but because we're always 1 month behind, we have to make sure we put in requisitions and expend these funds by November. So in case we order other things, we have to make sure they're in our hands or in our office by November, because the expense report will come in until late December. So we have to make sure that we're always a month earlier, because the expenses and the request for reimbursement is always a month behind. That's just how it's always worked with JOM Navajo Nation.
So Superintendent, I hope we're really being mindful and you're keeping up to date on these balances, because I often hear that departments will dip into other departments, and we, especially on the student side, the teacher side, we can't do that. And so that's why I wanted to look at these balances, and And 875 is just an expenditure, right? And what are we getting for that grant for Von Wilson?
For Carl Perkins? I do have a little bit more context that can be added by Mr. Deswood. If you want to pop up there, Mr. Deswood.
Am I done? Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Good evening, board members, Mr. Carlson, colleagues behind me, and then guests that are here, parents. Good job, by the way. That was amazing. So yeah, I actually have a breakdown. So total for the Carl Perkins is $102,000. I know Mr. Carlson talked about a redistribution. Part of it was because there was a salary position tied to that was right at Von Wilson. So with the redistribution, we were able to support other programs, other pathways of study. Some of those funds were moved into support CTE programs in middle schools as well. We also increased student travel to support some of the competitions. Let's see, we also have about $12,000 in general supplies, and a good chunk of that has been moved to student travel just because towards the end of the year, students start to travel as well. Also $1,500 for software. So when Mr. Carlson talked about that redistribution, because the position wasn't aligned in a pathway, we met with the PED, and they allowed us to redistribute those funds to support our kids. So for example, like we've presented before, we try to be as equitable as possible with those funds to spread it out across the district.
The question was, that's the expenditure part. What are we getting coming in for Carl Perkins, for Von Wilson?
So the amount right now is $102,000, and as much as possible, we try to divvy it equally to the schools. That salary initially was, almost $76,000 for that position. Mm-hmm. However, in order for the public education department to fund it, it has to be aligned with our program of study. Remember, we talked about last month, we said that we have 7 or 8 programs of study that have been approved. If we wouldn't have redistributed those funds, the public education department wouldn't have allowed us to pay for that. So if we would have submitted a request for reimbursement, the public education department wouldn't have paid it. So it would have come out of operations. So that's why we redistributed those funds.
Okay, so that Carl Perkins, you're getting that total off the top.
Correct. Well, right now the account, I can't read that up there, but
$1 million.
I'm reading $102,680. Is that pretty close up there? It's 24,174. So that's the total grant in that area. So the expenditures that we're seeing is $875 for September. So on my sheet, I see we've paid, let's see, $875 in general supplies.
What if you go up on the revenue?
So the way those work is we're given a memo from the public education department. I believe the award memo was for right around $102,680. And like Dr. Begay said, how grants work is we have to pay for it essentially out of the cash account. And then we submit any expenses to the public education department, and then they reimburse us. And typically it's a 2 to 3 month time period until we get those funds back into our accounts.
Just so I'm not wrong, your revenue report, you have Carl Perkins there. Is the revenue, does that show what's coming in?
So if you look at 24,174 for Carl Perkins, that looks like it's what came in after RFRs were submitted. If that's a revenue account or a revenue item.
How are we minus?
Because it probably came out of a minus out of the, whatever the grant total was. Can you go to the top? Let me see if it says revenue.
Yes.
Revenue reports. So then that's how much the district probably received from the public education department when a RFR was submitted.
Okay, Superintendent Carlson?
Yes, ma'am.
So, I know there's been mistakes being made, and some of them are pretty outstanding. And I really hope you're on top of this, these balances, because we don't want no surprises.
Understood.
And especially with Bond Wilson, and, you know, that involves students and, you know, the teachers, and so I hope you're on top of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deswick. Okay,
Was
thank you.
was there anything else?
No.
Yeah, I was actually just briefly about to ask, have any of the funding that we received from the federal government, whether it's Title I, impact or been delayed or withheld by the Trump administration?
Mr. Carlson, would you like me to answer that one?
Didn't actually hear what he said. Go ahead.
It
You
was
can answer
about
it,
Title I. If it's been delayed, any RFRs.
Go ahead.
Thank you, board member. No, we've been submitting RFRs, and believe we spent a little bit over 1.5 million of Title I. It hasn't been denied. Those are flow through from the federal government, so the state has it. The state has the money, I believe, in their account, and then of course they send RFRs up to the federal government as well, and then they're paid in return. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? If not, we'll go to 4.
Mr. Chair, I will make a motion to approve the financial report as listed on the agenda.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Move to approve the item that was removed from the consent agenda.
Board member So, can you please try to be clear? Your connection's not too clear. And there was a second, so we do a vote.
Are we ready for a vote then?
Yes.
Mr. Montoya? Yes. Ms. Aspas?
Yes.
Mr. Sol?
Yes.
Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Number 5, recognition of exemplary service for Kyle Atsity and Jeff Wood.
So everyone, I don't know if we've had proper introductions. The fellows who are standing to my right at the podium, they're Jeff Wood and Kyle Atsity, and they are LSAs, which means lead safety advisors, down in the Newcomb area. And I'm going to pause for just a second for Mr. Wells to go ahead and start walking over that way, and for Mr. Noble to get his camera at the ready, because I'm going to read a statement about these two gentlemen and an event that happened not too long ago. We, the staff at CCSD and the school board members, would like to recognize two individuals whose actions define exemplary and selfless service to our school district. That's lead safety advisors Mr. Jeff Wood and Mr. Kyle Atsedy. On September 28th, 2025, during a serious medical emergency, Mr. Wood and Mr. Atsedy did not hesitate. They took immediate life-saving action. Their service was exemplary, highlighted by their quick decision to coordinate with first responders, establishing the best rendezvous point to ensure the patient received critical aid without delay. Their selfless dedication to our staff and students and their ability to perform under high-stakes pressure is truly remarkable. Thank you from everyone in this room and everyone listening and everyone in the district, Mr. Wood and Mr. Atsedy, for putting the needs of others first. It is our privilege to present you both with the Exemplary Service Award from Mr. Wells. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Sir. Sure. Jared, can we have the other board members also stand with them? And I'd like to stand over there too, so I'm going to jump over there too.
May I?
You may.
Thank you, gentlemen. I didn't know you guys were going to get bragged on today, but it's always good. And I know Kyle from work. Yeah, I work with him, and sort of related too. But you know, in this, as far as the safety aspect of our schools, you know, it's good to have people knowledgeable, and we're always lacking in those areas. So, you know, for you to step right in and do what you did, and I really thank you, and then also the people that brought you on our team, you know, to recognize that as well. Thank you.
Any other comments? Yes. As the board, we congratulate you and salute you and thank you. Sharon, other comments from?
Mr. Chair, I just want to say thank you to both Mr. Wood And Mr. Outsity, thank you for the service to our district, our children, and communities. It means a lot. It's workers that like yourself that truly help make a difference in our communities, especially among our children. Thank you.
Board Member Wells, this is Board Member Haskey. I have the same sentiments. Thank you to both individuals for your actions. Thank you for keeping our school district safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item 7, reports from the board and superintendent. Are there reports from the board members at this time?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Aspas.
Oh, go ahead.
I attended last week the NEIA in Spokane, Washington, and those of you that have gone before know that there is all kinds of sessions, but in this this time there were some sessions that I did want to go to regarding funding and the status of what's coming down from Washington and to tribal lands. Some of those were canceled due to government shutdown, and so we got to see firsthand some of those events, but I really got to venture out and meet, and I think most of them were Alaskans and educators from South Dakota and North Dakota, and it was very very informative, especially the Alaskans, the Alaska teachers. One made a comment that I think will stay with me for a long time is, as a teacher, when she teaches her class and being up there and in those regions, there's no forms to get permission to check off or to get with parents, to ask about, can we teach your culture, or can your students, your kids, can they wear their traditional? I mean, every day is traditional, every day is their culture, and they have no one there to say no or to bring up statutes or laws or whatever, and it was an eye-opener, because we talk about sovereignty, they have sovereignty, and especially as some of the things that we have to comply with and mandates that come from Santa Fe or federal, and most that are unfunded, most that really don't know our area, and then there was another session I went to, which was the pre-conference school board, and in there I saw how our district is really ahead, and I was very proud of that. And the lady that was teaching this session, she, at the end of it, she gave some pointers to the class and telling them, I suggest these books, I suggest that you read. And she says, how many of you know about the Merriam Report? and I was the only one that raised my hand. And then she asked, what about the Kennedy report? I raised my hand, I was the only one. And I just felt so proud, I mean, because I really feel like the board here, and even some of the past boards, I mean, sometimes we don't always agree, but then I think ultimately we head in the right direction, and I always try to pray before going to these sessions, going to these conferences, and pray about our district, our students, and I was asked, you know, that we have that chance to grow, and or I do, and I feel like in our own different ways, and I have to thank Board Member Montoya for educating us on those two reports, and then as we have been tackling, you know, large part of it is funding, and we're seeing that, and I say that school boards are no longer simple. They've grown, they're more complex, and they're more legal in a sense, and so we have to move with that, and I know that election time's coming up, and I just pray that they have the same passions. That's all I ask, because our community, our students, our teachers, because CCSD is a large workplace, and I just hope that they have the time, the passion, because we need it. Our students need it, and don't come in just for ego or for you know, to prove something or have a personal agenda. You know, I truly hope the candidates all have a passion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aspis. Anyone else from the board?
I'd like to make a report, Vice President Wells.
Go ahead.
I also attended NIEA also, and the big takeaway for me, I'm glad that our school district was proactive in planning for the possible cuts, because I was told there by a person from the Department of Education that was furloughed that many of the federal programs have been furloughed, that to expect delays for Title VI, Title VII, JOM funds, and 9 different other programs. There's minimal staff. There's about 3, I believe, for Title VII right now, which is Impact Aid. And that as of yesterday, I also saw that that McKinney-Vento was cut. So there's a lot of places, areas that are going to be not funded. So as a board, I'm glad we were proactive in planning, but there's going to be more advocacy that we have to do as a district to help our students. More advocacy to fill those gaps in the federal and state level, and just for us to be prepared. Also, it was a really good opportunity for our staff. I was fortunate to run into some of our staff members there. We were in some sessions together, and it was really great to see them out there partaking in the conference at NIEA in Spokane. Also today, I apologize for not being there. I was at Gov2Gov in Buffalo Thunder, and it was regarding Yazi Martinez and the drafted plan by New Mexico Ped. So with board member So and board attorney Chappelle, we were out here. The comments have to be made by tomorrow. And I did sit in yesterday for part of the public hearing that was held at Phil Thomas. So I would just, if any of our community members have anything to add after reading the Yazi Martinez draft that was provided online regarding Yazi Martinez, if there's anything that's lacking or input that you have, please send it to superintendent so that he can pass on the information to board attorney Chappelle, so that those comments can be included, or the information can be included in this school district's response to that draft too. As I said, as a reminder, comments are due by tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you.
Comment.
Go ahead.
I was just waiting to see if Mr. So was going to say anything. I just want to thank Ms. Aspas for highlighting what they're doing up in Alaska. And this is a direct result for us down here in New Mexico in response to Yazi Martinez. And it's unfortunate that we have to go to the state and say, Mother, may I, for the right to teach our kids the way we believe is right for them and their education, especially when it comes to language and culture. How dare them tell us that we can't teach the language and culture to these kids, their first language, their culture. It's a really, really sad and unfortunate aspect of education today. I know the board for CCSD is wholeheartedly in supportive of local control. And in my humble opinion, it does a great disservice to all the students of the district that we cannot do that. So again, I just appreciate her comments and the recognition that there are places that are doing exactly what it is they want to do. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I just want to quickly add a report. I believe Board Member Aspas and Board President Haskell covered a lot of stuff regarding the NIA conference and also the government convention. But it looks like a lot of the stuff that is happening nationally is having a trickle-down effect into our district. But on the bright side is that we're actually doing a lot of things that I think are to work and start to see results in terms of the data, our outcomes, and focus on what really matters in our district. And I think for the most part, a large part of what we do is that we're not waiting on others to try to figure out what the answers are, because it's within ourselves as a district. I believe we're starting to focus on making all the necessary changes, improvements that are needed to improve outcomes at the end of the day. And on the federal side, it's unfortunate to see a lot of the craziness, the nonsense, the bickering having a spillover effect into our district, and that it doesn't benefit anyone. So in that respect, I think we have to probably start preparing for whatever may come, because a large part of our funding is tied to federal funding, whether that's Impact Aid, Title I, JOM, all those have been frozen or have been furloughed or laid off. And no matter what happens, we control what happens in our districts. And we just have to weather the storm, whatever storm may come. Thank you.
Thank you. Number B, reports from our superintendent, Mr. Carlson.
All right, as part of the recent format we've adopted, I do report on student travel requests, along with fundraising request forms, or fundraising requests, and also some donation requests. And I do have quite a few, so I will give you the basics on those. The first student travel form is for Career Prep High School, and it is for a trip to promote Career Prep High School and daycare. 35 students took a trip. This trip builds positive relationships with the community, attracts potential students and families, and builds leadership in it. And that trip has already taken place because it was to the Shiprock Northern Navajo Parade on October 4th. Also a student travel form from Newcomb Middle School. The sponsor was the principal there, Ms. Manuelito. Also to the Northern Navajo Fair Youth Day in Shiprock. So thank you for taking our students to that awesome event, principals. I also have some fundraising request forms. This one from Kirtland Central High School from the National Honor Society. It is for Kirtland Central concession, and the amount that is projected to be raised for the National Honor Society is $4,000. From Kirtland Middle School, from the Science Olympiad, the sponsor is Eric Ching. This is for in-school and out-of-school online sales, and the amount projected to be raised is a little over $2,000, and that's for raffles in and out of school, sales outside of school to family members and acquaintances. I have another fundraising request form for the bike program for Sabaton Middle School. Sponsors are Brooke Charlie and Gifford Gaveras, and the name of the activity is TBA Home Game Concession, and that will help with school activities, and the amount projected to be raised is $1,000. Also from Sabaton Middle School, from David Bridgewater, as a Navajo taco dinner in the middle school cafeteria, and food items will be donated by parents, and students will sell tickets. Money will be raised and deposited by the director, and the foods will be donated by the parent, and that is for the band. The projected amount to be raised is $2,000. Also from Sabaton Middle School, for boys and girls wrestling, the sponsor is Mr. Chuck Thomas, and this is a fry bread sale to be held in the TBA Middle School outside of the gym, and the amount projected to be raised is $2,500 for selling Navajo tacos and fry bread, and also Navajo burgers and Spam sandwiches. From Newcomb Middle School, from the Newcomb Middle School football team, Randy Curley Jr. has a fundraiser at the Newcomb High School football field to pay for the end of season awards, and the athletes will be selling food in the high school JV football game. The amount to be raised is $200. The parents will donate the food for this. And that is it for the fundraising requests. I also have requests for approval of gifts or donations. The first is from Donors Choose, Peggy Bates and Anonymous. The school donated to is Miss Juliet Demepna's class at Shiprock High School. I apologize for butchering that name. The program is Classroom Positive Reinforcement, Extrinsic Motivation. The donation is snacks and drinks from various vendors to the amount of $341.60. I have a donation from Scholastic to Nashidi Elementary School. The program is 10 free books for every $150 spent. The description of the donation, 10 free books for every $150. The value is $50, and the donation will be used by giving the books to the students. Also one from the DECA DEKA Foundation, Bosch Community Fund, the Timken Company, and Jabil Kara's Foundation. This is to Kirtland Central High School for the robotics program, and it is a check for $1,000 for materials and registration for the First Tech Challenge. The donation will be used to register in the First Tech Season Challenge and purchase of materials needed for the robotics competition. And that is all I have for this evening. Thank you, board and audience.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Moving on to 8 reports. New Mexico all-electric purpose-built zero emissions on school bus pilot project by Mark Westland, Green Power Motor Company. All are loud.
Some people have wanted to silence me for a long time, and they've achieved it already tonight.
Just unplugged electricity. It's not windy outside. Take one of these. Here.
Here we go.
Swap that one back over with him. Makes my questions from you easier if you don't have a microphone to ask them. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Vice President, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent. I'm Mark Nestlin with Green Power Motor Company, and it's a privilege tonight to be here with you to discuss your voluntary participation in a pilot project that the state of New Mexico is operating for the next 2 years on electric school buses. Give you a little overview of where this came from with the governor's office and what brings us to tonight, and then I'm going to talk to you specifically about dates that are upcoming for your school district. Back in January of this year, the governor approached Green Power through her Economic Development Department to conduct a pilot project in the state over the next 2 years on the deployment of all-electric, purpose-built zero-emission vehicles in the school districts. So we reached agreement with the state that we were thrilled to do that. We've done it in other states, most recently in West Virginia, and a lot of what the governor wanted to do here was not only pattern after the project that had happened in West Virginia, but to also develop further, particularly as it relates to charging infrastructure. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. The legislature funded the project, and that brings us to where we're at as this school year begins. The project itself is a 2-year project, this school year and next school year. And in this first school year, the buses that are going to be used in the program are a Type A school bus. So when I say a Type A, well, I want you to picture a small activity bus or possibly a special needs bus that has wheelchair capabilities and things of that nature. In the second year, it's going to be a larger Type D bus. That's the flat nose bus that has a larger, obviously, seating capacity, 40 feet long, and holds up to 84 students. But in the first year, and what we're doing now is the Type A and the small bus that we'll be bringing out.
Go ahead. Can we ask questions while?
Absolutely.
So I don't forget, on the Type A, Type B, to me that sounds like there's not enough confidence in the electric buses. So you're using a smaller Type A bus, and then if all goes well, then the Type B?
No, that would not be an accurate assumption. So as a manufacturer, we make 2 types of buses. There are 4 types of buses in school transportation, A, B, C, and D. As a manufacturer, we make an A and a D. And we split this so that it was easy to administer the program, and because of the opportunity for us to be able to work in the locations as it moves around the state. There will be 5 rounds in the school year of those 3 buses being deployed. So at the end of the first year, 15 school districts will have piloted for a 6-week period that particular bus. Next year, when we come back with the larger buses, we'll also be doing the same thing with that period of those 3 buses moving to 3 school districts every 6 weeks, with 15 doing that as well. So it's nothing more than an administration of the project that makes it possible for us in the best way that we can service that. We have both Type Ds and Type As that run all over the country. There are different purposes for each and different needs for each. And one of the things that the state will be able to look at, and each of the school districts will be able to look at, is how did those particular vehicles perform for the state in general, perform for rural communities, perform for more urban communities. And so there's no concern about one working and the other one not working. I go back to the West Virginia pilot. It was a 1-year project, so we had both A's and D's out at the same time. In this case, where it's a 2-year project, we've separated the types and actually brought more vehicles out to be able to accommodate more schools in doing that.
So you talked about legislative funding. What are they going to buy it for us?
So there are 3 buses and the accompanying infrastructure that will be doing the charging that is implementing the pilot project. I will tell you the state owns those vehicles. At the end of the first year, those 3 buses will somehow, not for me to decide, somehow be distributed by the state. I would say generally what you find is they get distributed to people who participated in the pilot. So I would say that there's a chance that you could see one of those buses after the pilot. They'll do the same thing after the 2nd year, where they will provide those buses to schools based off whatever criteria they determine. Again, they belong to the state, it's their criteria as well. What the state has further committed to do is, based off of the results of the project, is they have committed to an additional $15 million in purchases of electric vehicles. That, again, is not for me to determine for the state how they may or may not allocate those buses. That would be something that the state would be doing.
Okay, you talked about, well, my question was, are they gonna buy the buses, but I guess there's a sampler that's gonna be given to the districts? And then the infrastructure that you're talking about, the infrastructure that you're talking about, what is that exactly? Is that the charging? Is that the cable?
So the way the project works is, in each of the 5 rounds that happen during the year, there are 3 buses that the state has purchased. There is the accompanying infrastructure, which is chargers and installation of chargers that go with those 3 buses. A school gets the bus and the necessary charging equipment for a 6-week period. Every 6 weeks it moves to a different set of schools, so that there will be 15 schools that will have done it by the end of the year.
The charging equipment that you're talking about, is that generator?
No, it's what you will be getting as a level 2 charger that our electricians with our partner Highland Electric Fleets will bring in, and with your staff, we visited your facilities with them in the last couple of weeks, so we know where that charging infrastructure will go, and that charging infrastructure will be installed at the school, at the bus garage, where the bus will depart from in the mornings and come back to at night, and that's where that charger will be during the 6-week period. Once that 6-week period is over, we will take the charger with us to the next school that gets the bus at the next school.
And then liability. Does the state assume all of that?
Yes, and the state carries the insurance and the licensing on the buses.
I mean, particularly just the electric bus.
Yes.
And also, I'm asking this question because, will training need to be provided?
If you'll hold that question, I'm going to get into all of that information, the days that that is all going to happen and everything.
Is that at your expense, the state's expense?
The state
or-
is paying all the costs. There are no, there, other than the cost of charging the bus, so the fuel cost, if you will, is the only cost that you have. You're not burning diesel during that period of time. You actually be spending less money in your electricity than you do with your diesel.
Is it a hybrid or is it?
No, ma'am, it is an all-electric,
electric?
purpose-built vehicle. These, Green Power Motor Company only makes electric vehicles. We do not make retrofits, and there really are no hybrid school buses even manufactured. The vehicle itself is built from the ground up to be an electric vehicle. So what you have in many cases, particularly in a Type A school bus, is you have a vehicle that was meant to be a gas vehicle or a diesel vehicle, and the guts are pulled out of it, and you try to put batteries in places, and you try to make it into an electric vehicle. There are about 3 companies that make a purpose-built vehicle, meaning it was built to be an electric vehicle. So that proprietary chassis that we have, which has the highest safety ratings of the chassis that have been tested by the federal government, is made to be an electric vehicle. So your batteries are balanced on the vehicle where they belong. You have your weight distribution in the safest manner that makes it the most durable vehicle that it can be, that you don't have when it's a retrofit. And so that's why the state is looking at the purpose-built vehicles versus those that are retrofit.
Is the warranty the life of the electric bus?
So of course, the 6 weeks that you'll have the bus, you don't need to worry about a warranty.
Maintenance
But
warranty.
there are, just as any school buses, there are different elements of the bus that are warranted for a different period of time. You know, just like any vehicle, you have different parts that are warranted for different periods of time. You can get that whole list of where each element is in the life of that.
How many batteries to a Type A?
So the battery pack is a 114 kilowatt battery pack on the Type A. Those will sit, when we have the bus out here, we'll show you where those batteries are at. And those batteries then are packs, okay? So you have cells inside a battery pack. So when people think of a battery, it's not just a battery. You have battery packs under there that then contain multiple cells that provide the power. And this is 114 kilowatts is the battery capacity of a Type A bus.
Okay, physically, how many batteries?
There are 2 battery packs on a Type A.
Pack.
So a battery pack contains cells inside of it
Yeah.
that operate the bus.
Okay, and for your Type B?
Type D is on our standard Type D bus, that is 194 kilowatt hours. There are 6 battery packs to that vehicle. Then we also produce what's a secondary level, which is a higher capacity as far as the mileage. It has 387 kilowatt hours and has 12 batteries. Those are the 2 larger vehicles that are produced. But in the power that we're talking about here tonight, it's just Type A that will be out here.
So how many hours for 114 kilowatts?
So it's not hours, it's miles. So
Miles.
it's this particular vehicle that you have, I'll go back to a discussion about something called Altoona testing, because that's going to help you understand the rating of the mileage on this particular cabin chassis that is the foundation of this bus. This is the same cabin chassis that we use to also produce our commercial vehicles, our Class 4 commercial vehicles, which are box trucks, refrigerated trucks, stake beds, utility trucks, you name it, you can upfit off of the cabin chassis. It's also the passenger van and a cutaway like you might get on at the airport to go to the car rental. When those vehicles are sold into transit systems in the United States through the Federal Transit Administration under the Department of Transportation, those vehicles all have to be tested through something called Altoona testing. It's got a fancy name because it's done in Altoona, Pennsylvania. And that's basically a vehicle destruction test, and it gives you the durability, the scoring based off of the safety, and then it also gives you the mileage rating. When this cabin chassis went through its Altoona testing for the federal government, its score of 94 was the highest Class 4 score that had ever been done at Altoona testing. Not Class 4 for electric, Class 4 period among all cabs and chassis. In that, the certified rating of mileage on that is 140 miles for that bus on a full charge. Now, when we work with your staff and we had these discussions the other day in our meetings here, I'm never going to tell you to run that bus 140 miles. Simply, it's not something that you want to do. Doesn't mean you couldn't do it. It's just not something that you want to do in practice. I want to look at those vehicles being put out there where they're supposed to operate, where they're supposed to work. So I like to see routes that we can look at a maximum of 80 to 90 miles in that scenario. The other thing is, this is going to be here in November, December, and January. And it means it's going to be cold. And you can see as much as a 30% reduction in your range because of the heater. I want to make sure we understand that range reduction is not anything to do with the battery not reacting because it's cold. It's because heat draws more energy than air conditioning. So when you have the dash heater and the cab heater going, that can reduce your range by as much as 30%. So you factor those things in when you determine where those buses can go, what their route should be, and what your charging infrastructure needs to be able to meet the needs of the school. How does that run in the morning? Do you need midday opportunity charging before it runs in the afternoon? Or do you have the ability to run both your morning and afternoon routes and only charge at night? For example, one of the buses right now is at West Las Vegas. They call it the Ranch, but it's out a little outside of West Las Vegas. Well, their route's a 25-mile route that bus runs both morning and afternoon. They don't even charge the bus in the middle of the day because they don't need to charge in the middle of the day. They run their route in the morning, they run their route in the afternoon, it charges overnight, it's back at 100% ready to go the next day. Doesn't mean that's how it'll operate here, because you have to look at the individual applications of how you put the bus out, which from the pilot project from the state, that's where the importance is at. That's why the state is wanting to conduct this pilot project, so they have the data of how did it operate? What did you need from charging? Was there electrical issues at the schools? I'll tell you that, probably to no surprise to you, we have a lot of challenges in rural New Mexico as it relates to power, particularly to schools and particularly to school garages. That limits whether you can be at a level 2 or a level 3 fast charge. In the case here, the power sources that we have are limiting you to a level 2 slow charge, which means it takes longer to charge the vehicle than if it were a DC fast charge. DC fast charge requires 480 and 3-phase power, which you don't have here. That's all information that the state's collecting through this pilot. How do they operate? What are the limitations? What does the state need to do if they're going to encourage the adaptation of larger percentages of fleets? I'll have minute by minute data on what that bus does while it's here, what its state of charge is, how it operates. All of those things go in to the state to be able to say, we not only have to be concerned about the purchase of the buses, we've got to go out and look at what our power supplies are to the schools. That comes first. If you don't have the power, they're just a nice big paperweight. And so these are the things that the state will learn, garner, you will learn and garner, your transportation staffs will learn and garner as they look to opportunities in the future.
So, I don't remember how many years back, maybe two years, they had a town hall. The governor brought her cabinet down to Shiprock. And do you know where Shiprock is?
Yes, I do.
So they came down there, and the transportation department person, I can't remember his name.
Secretary Ricky Cerna.
He asked, and there was 3 of us standing there. He asked, "What can I do? What can we do to get more people to go electric? How can we show people here in Shiprock to go electric?" And I asked him, what did you drive down here? And he said, a truck. And he talked about electric vehicles, but he claimed he had one. But I asked him, what did you drive here? And he admitted that he left his electric at home, and there's no charging, no infrastructure here. So I would find this crazy that here we are, the governor or transportation sending somebody to solicit electric buses, and we don't have the infrastructure for it. And we're going backwards. Is that how he buys his vehicle?
So I want to make sure you completely understand there is absolutely no solicitation whatsoever. I am not trying to sell you a single product. I am conducting a pilot project that the state has asked us to conduct. Your school district voluntarily applied to be part of that. The state put out to school districts who wanted to participate. Your school stepped up and said, we would like to participate, and you were selected among those who said they would like to participate. No one's here to sell you anything, force anything. It was a voluntary decision that you wanted to be part of the project, and so as the person implementing the project, this round will be here, Cuesta, and in Cuba.
Well,
we'll drive the vehicle here, by the way. We will drive that vehicle here from Santa Fe. Your vehicle, before it comes to here, that vehicle is currently at the Monte del Sol Charter School in Santa Fe. That vehicle would be driven by my employee from Santa Fe to your school garage in Shiprock.
In your intro, you said that this was part of the governor's initiative in her ETA agenda. And so I don't think I would hope that the superintendent and those in the transportation, I guess, the cart before the mule, or that saying goes. So I'm thinking that it was something, as you said, was brought down by or suggested by the governor. And as you were sitting here from the beginning of the meeting, and we're talking about funding, crisis, balances, she's the whole reason why, her agenda. And so with these electric buses, that's just going to be more. And then on these particular buses, will they be?
I can certainly go back and let the state know if you don't want to participate, to not participate. I'm not here to talk about education. This is not a project of the Department of Education. This is a project of the Department of Economic Development. This is nothing out of the Education Department. It's, again, a voluntary program.
How many reservations have you gone to?
This is the second round of the first year. Of the first districts.
How many reservations, how many Indian lands have you gone to for,
The first round is being deployed in West Las Vegas and Las Vegas City Schools and Monte del Sol Charter School in Santa Fe. The second round, which is what you're to be part of, will deploy in Cuba, Shiprock, and Cuesta. Then there will be 3 more rounds in the first year that will move around the state. I can't tell you where those are. I don't have the list of the ones that are third, fourth, fifth round or in the second year.
well, I certainly hope you didn't think you were just gonna come here and say one-sided and not have some feedback or some discussion about it. And yes, please go back and say Board Member Aspis opposes this. I don't speak for the whole board, but I
Mr.
think
Superintendent,
for me-
maybe at this point we should decide, because it will change all of the plans we have, maybe we should decide, because again, the school district voluntarily asked to be part of this and they were selected based off
You
their
have 4 other
application.
board members here.
So, Mr. Superintendent, maybe we should determine if this project is something that you want here in your school district.
I think.
I just want to express my support for this project. I mean, how do you know if it's not going to work unless you try and figure out where the kinks are? That's what I see this as. I don't see what the opposition is, and I mean, I don't see what the harm is. I mean, come on, really? It's also trying to help figure out what is our infrastructure. And that's actually what was one of the other questions as I was about to ask is, what would it take to upgrade our facilities infrastructure to do a level 3 DC charging? And I just want to, again, I think there's no harm done with trying to be a part of a pilot project that would benefit not just our district, but a lot of other people as part of this process. I want to express, again, I just want to express my support for this project.
To answer your question about upgrading your electric, what you would do is you would work with your utility provider for them to come in and drop new service into your garage. And when they would drop that new service into the garage, that would be 480 phase 3 service. You have the capability out there of doing it, you just don't have it. Depending on what the load requirements are with your utilities, what their backlogs are, that is a process that can take 12 to 18 months to upgrade that type of electrical needs. And so those in particular are some of the things you can learn from a pilot. If you learn that it's something that you would like to proceed down that road of, then you bring in those discussions with your utility company. Usually your OEM, whoever you're buying those buses from, would work with you to help you look at your routes, how they're going to operate, where your charging would best be. One of the things that we have seen, particularly in working with Cuba, is there actually was an Indian day school in Cuba that the school district was thinking about using as a spot to park the bus because they did have 483 phase, but they decided they wanted to keep the infrastructure on their school. So, sir, those type of things are definitely things that you'll learn from this pilot, what you need, if you would want to go down that path, and then you can have those discussions with your utility company on what it would be required. And I want to emphasize the importance of what the state learns from this whole pilot project. They've thought right now about helping buy the buses, and have committed, they've got $15 million committed to buying buses after the conclusion of the pilot project. I would suggest that part of what the pilot project might show is that they also need to assist the schools in the upgrading of their utilities. And so those type of things would be able to be looked at going down the road.
I think being this is a pilot program and the state is funding it and reaching out to see, I think it would be a disservice for us to not accept and go through the pilot program. You're not soliciting, just presenting. I think that it behooves us to assist the state. It would behoove us to assist the state in this pilot program to move ahead, and then they can see it'll work here, it won't work here, it'll serve this area, it's not compatible for another area. I think we would be doing a disservice if we didn't accept this and work through a pilot program.
May I?
Go ahead. Hang on just a minute. Mr. So, you have your hand up.
Yeah, that was actually the speaker earlier. So yeah, I just want to say, yeah, I agree. I mean, there's no harm lost. We're helping figure out the kinks, and it also helps tell us a lot more about our area, what works, what doesn't work, and how we can make things better. Because the end goal is, how do we make the system work better to benefit everyone as a whole? And with that, I want to give my support for this project.
I will tell you, sir, that we're actually, as a company, we feel privileged, first of all, but we're very excited to have an opportunity to deploy the vehicle on a reservation, because there hasn't been that much deployment done on reservations. And so I think that will again show, what are the needs? Are there different needs? How should they be done? So again, it's a privilege to be able to do it. But I think that it's, to your point, Mr. Vice President, there's a lot to be learned.
And I think we would be doing ourselves a favor also if we found out early if this is not compatible for our area. We would know that ahead of time. We would not have to then invest in finances or waste time. Being this is all on the state, I think we would be doing ourselves and the state a disfavor to reject it out of hand.
May I?
Go ahead.
So I think as earlier, as board member So said, come on, I'm not persuaded by that. I believe that we're getting our priorities crossed here, and we have a transformer down south that still needs to be upsized, and the local utility company that he talks about, there's been no movement on it. And then I don't know how much pay attention, but I know President Haskell knows very well that a lot of the renewable solar projects have been cut federally. And so just to say that this would be subsidized by the state, where does the state get their money? Federal money. So I think being somebody's test, and I would have been more open had that bus been sitting out there, driven down here. Yeah, I'm all for no gas, but let's get real here. These are some of the things that we're looking at, and we do not have money to throw around.
So just one point to make on the federal dollars. The one electric vehicle renewable energy program that was not cut was the school bus program. The school bus program is a $5 billion federal program that $3 billion has been awarded over the last 2.5 years. There's still an additional $2 billion left to be awarded, and those dollars from the federal government that were not cut and were in fact not even in the consideration of being cut are those that are eligible for you to apply for in the remaining rounds, should, as the Vice President stated, you see this as being a benefit, and that money can be used on your infrastructure as well.
Mr. So, you still have your hand up.
He doesn't.
Okay, I'll take your back. Sorry.
Okay.
You gotta clear.
Go ahead.
Exit.
he's supposed to do that.
So I'm of the position, I gotta let people know that I've spent the last couple of years at the New Mexico School Board Association Legislative Committee in shooting down those proposals. Now, not complete and totally outright. I've always had the caveat, if Santa Fe, Albuquerque, Las Cruces, with an infrastructure that could sustain that, knock yourself out. Absolutely, have at it. I've ridden in Ubers that are electric cars. They're wonderful. But to Ms. Aspas's point, and if you don't know, she's actually an electrician, so she kind of knows what she's talking about. We don't have that, and it's hard enough for even, as she said, just to get a transformer to run the power for a brand new school down south in Newcomb. And it's easy to say, okay, we'll put the bus here in Kirtland. That's a given. We know what's going to happen there. It's going to prove a point. However, at the bigger picture, when you're looking at the other communities of Nos City, Newcomb, and Shiprock, where NTUA provides that power, and quite often struggles to do that, the reality is, again, to Mr. So's point of just trying it, or Mr. Wells' point of giving it a shot, but to me, just the reality and the truth of what we're facing with 3 of the other communities, not just this one here in Kirtland, it's going to be a challenge in and of itself. And
This is actually going to run in Shiprock, not in Kirtland.
Excuse me?
This is actually going to run
okay,
in Shiprock.
but that's what I'm saying though, dealing with NTUA and being able to upgrade, and even if it's just one bus to be tested or 2 buses to be tested, that's an easy thing to do, because then you're minimizing within town, but as you said, reducing the power by 30% when it starts getting cold. I have a hard time grasping that because of the reality that we face out here on the reservation. That's just my position.
As I say, Mr. Montoya and ma'am, if you don't want to do it, that doesn't bother me at all. I have 35 other school districts that applied to do this. The state selected you when you voluntarily applied. You were picked here because they specifically are going to the northern part of the state in the second round. If you don't want to do it, I'm happy to go to another school district with it. It doesn't mean anything to me one way or another, whether it's this school district or another one. Again, I'm privileged and excited that we would have the opportunity to work with you, but we certainly don't want to be somewhere that we're not wanted.
Yeah, I'm going to express my support for this project. I mean, this like electric vehicle infrastructure integration is lacking tribal reservations, and I don't see what the harm is in our district trying to be a part of something that could benefit a lot of people. So I say let's do it. Let's support it.
And I think we would be doing ourselves and the state a disservice if we didn't at least participate and then tell them it's not feasible here. But if we don't take the opportunity to participate in this pilot program, then we can't help them make a decision as to if to use them or where to use them. I think we've been doing ourselves a disservice as well as the state.
One of the things we do at the end of the process is we come back and I conduct a roundtable with all of the folks that were associated with you, with the vehicle. So it is your opportunity through that roundtable to have your input into the report that goes to the state on what your experience was.
Mr. Wells, may I make a comment? Can you hear me?
I can, but I didn't understand you. Try it again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm in agreement with you. I don't see the harm in doing a pilot program, especially if there's no financial obligation to the school district. And it would allow us to see what it really, where the challenges are And I look forward to seeing what the outcome would be. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. If you have nothing more, we appreciate your input.
I would need to let you know the schedule if in fact you're wanting to move forward with this.
Yeah, sir, I think you've heard from 3 board members. I'm supportive. I say let's do it. Let's move it forward. Thank you.
Ready for the schedule?
Yes.
All right, so the bus will arrive here on Friday, the 14th of November. The bus that you're receiving is it's called our Nano Beast Access, which means that it is a 14-passenger vehicle with a Bronability wheelchair lift and 1 wheelchair securement. And the route that this bus is planned to be used on has the need for 1 wheelchair securement on it from that perspective. So you will be using the accessibility portion of this. It is, of the 3 vehicles, it is the only one that has the wheelchair accessibility. On Monday, the 18th, we will conduct training. We will conduct training for your drivers, for your mechanics, and for the first responders in the area. The drivers, obviously, there are certain things that they need to learn in driving the vehicle. Mechanics will not be doing a lot of work because during the 6 weeks, or if there are issues, then we have people that will be here to help with any of those scenarios to make things seamless for you. As far as the first responder training, we never put our vehicles out into a community that we've not done first responder training. Don't expect any problems, but you always want your first responders to be prepared for that scenario. And so to the earlier question about training, that is a training that will take place on Monday, the 17th of November, and then the first day it will go on route will be on Tuesday morning, that morning route on the 18th of November. You'll have the bus here until January the 16th, so when you think that's longer than 6 weeks, that's because Christmas is in there as well. So it'll run 4 weeks prior to Christmas, and then it'll run the first 2 weeks of January.
And the board can then drive that bus during Christmas?
I can have someone up here and I can drive you to Christmas caroling if you would like. I would encourage the board to come out on the 18th during the training. I would encourage you to come out so that we also can drive the board around in it, as well as if the local media would have any interest, that will be their opportunity prior to its deployment to be able to do there as well. But we will be here to do your training and to drive you all wherever you want to go to see what the vehicle is like.
Is that all?
That is all, unless there's more questions.
May I?
Go ahead.
Superintendent Carlson, on anything dealing with this project, anything, man hours, training hours, I would like a report on it to make sure that none has come out of our district and that it's totally supported by the state.
There will be a driver that will be our driver that's doing that route. Because
Yeah,
legally
but,
we have to supply that.
As we were told here, it was gonna be supported by the state, funded by the state. There 3 board members think that there's no harm. Nothing is, no money's coming out of our district. So I wanna see that on paper, black and white.
I think we should definitely do a follow-up to the board, a full report on everything, costs, everything, how it turned out.
I'm happy to be at any board meeting that you would like me to be at to give you reports. Again, I would encourage you when we do the roundtable, which we've not set a date for the roundtable. I work with the superintendent and his staff to set a date after January the 16th for the roundtable. And I certainly would encourage you all to participate in that roundtable.
Okay, thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it, and I look forward to this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice
Thank you,
President.
sir. Number B, in item 8, NISN Dine Bizaad report by Nathaniel Brown.
Good evening. My name is Nathaniel Brown. I am the recruiter for NISN. I would like to introduce Dr. Geneva Vicente, who will be giving the report, and I'll finish the other half as well.
Good evening for accepting our invitation. I'm Dr. Geneva Vicente, Sheya Nakaiden Enshlido Tachini Bashichin Ashin Dashnaleta Nabili Dashiche. I'm originally from Chajultka, and I'm here this evening to talk about the Bizaad Nantian Yola. So in the bag, you'll see a PowerPoint, a copy, hard copy, and also a racket card that has all of our information on here, as I'm gonna go over that, as well as just to let you know that this program is awarded from the New Mexico PED to increase the language teachers to obtain the 520 certification. So our program is to prepare the language teachers to take the test from Window Rock, from OSCAD. And so it's a two-parted test, and it's a lesson plans, and then also Culture Foundation, Hanet. So our program prepares the candidates, and once they pass the tests, we also assist them to get their 520 certification. So this is our third year. So just wanted to, I was gonna go ahead and go over the 520 certification, but I saw on your website that you already know your 520 certification. Therefore, I'm gonna go ahead and skip that slide. And then also we sent a video on NISN. And so we are a nonprofit organization from Albuquerque, and we work with multiple network schools. And one of them is Dream Dinner, and then also Shabrak Associated Schools within your neighborhood. So then we also have then just to let you know that we have our mentor and apprentice photo here, and we have our mentors that meet with our apprentice, and the apprentices are the ones that don't have the certification, and so they are one-on-one, and they meet with them on 10 hours a month, and to get them familiar with teaching the language, and then also oral language development, and then also understanding what the Navajo Nation standards is. So on slide 6, we have our program team, and we also have our organization is with our financial and with our comms team, and then we also have our 6 network schools that are listed there. And then this last year, we put together a snapshot of the number of language teachers with predominantly with the Navajo language teacher, where the language classes are. And so within K through 12, there was 25,523. And there was 116 Navajo language classes. And then out of that, there was only 92 certified teachers. And then out of that, there was only 7 vacancy. Therefore, our program with the Bizaad Nantian Yola, we provide a professional development training to get them certified to get their 520 certification. And they're currently, this is a supplemental program, they're currently hired in the school. For example, one of the network school at Dream Dinner would hire an EA or a substitute, and then they would be hired through the school. And then we are a supplemental program where we pay for them to prepare for the tests, and then also for the mentoring, and then we also help them get to the professional development workshops. So these are all based off of our 4 core principles. So the other part is a lot of it has to do with getting our language teachers certified so that they could teach in the school system. And so I'm gonna go ahead and hand this off to our recruiter, who is also gonna share some of our workshops. Thank you.
Hello again. My name is Nathaniel Brown. Thank you for this opportunity to present to the board here. I appreciate the presentation. And again, to the young individuals, I really, that's moving. And that's exactly what our program is here to do. As you saw the kids up here, the pride, and in the background, what is really happening to their brains. Studies show with a lot of the presentations that we provide to our students, eventually going to our kids, it really helps them. The studies show that individuals who speak more than one language, their brains light up a lot more critical thinking, school skills, and definitely being grounded. And that's what we saw earlier with the Pledge of Allegiance and the songs. So with this slide, our recruitment, I am reaching out to the school boards, the local chapter houses. Dr. Vicente did just give a report to the Navajo Nation committee, the Committee on the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. So I will be attending and going out to as many New Mexico chapter houses and looking for talent. I want to share that in some of these. A couple weeks ago when we had the, if you look at your slide 13, we had 2 amazing presenters, Dr. Danette Dale and Dr. Platero. You see the picture with the lesson demonstration with the Benanish presentation. From that presentation, I met a young man. He told me that he attended this the horse demonstration. He was inspired from that day, and he took. He is now an apprentice, or he's a mentor. He's an apprentice, so he just started. So he just communicating with him, talking to him, listening to his stories. He attended. He was inspired, moved forward, and now he's on our team and he's helping teach our kids at the Deep School in Navajo, New Mexico. And at this presentation, I did meet about 10 to 12 students. And what was so amazing about some of these schools was they reported that each of the students know a lot of the traditional songs, the herbal plants, and really the kids really thrive in that environment, really taking the classroom outside, being in nature. And that's what we teach. And some of the next slide shows in the past what NISN has, some of the programs that they had, traditional programs, like Keshje is the shoe game. Again, there's a lot of deep knowledge for all the individuals attending. So we're very proud of the work, and for myself and a lot of the parents that I talk to, including the aunties and the grandparents, I'm usually just sitting there. They would have tears coming down their eyes, and a lot of struggles that some of our kids, some of the population that we work with, really poverty, high unemployment rates, and with the knowledge that we provide, that really helps them. That it really builds a secure individual as well, a happy child, if you will. And that's what NISN has, this audacity using the techniques that we use. It's a proven model for hundreds of years for our people and a lot of indigenous people. So we'd like to mix all of that with what our schools teach, and also with our language. So again, you know, all of our mouths are really holy, right? You know, we are consistently manifesting all of it, good and bad. And this is something that we share with our kids. So I just want to close by saying that please take a look at the calendar that you see Dr. Vicenti's holding up. That's the upcoming presentations that we have. Please share that with your teachers and students who would be interested. Yeah, thank you. We're open for questions.
Are there any comments or questions from the board?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So, your program operation is, just so I got it right, I mean, I'm kind of like not really comprehending what you actually do, and I really want to know, because you know, this is one area that constantly throwing money at, and it's not that I see we failed, but it's just I think if there's if your way has a higher percentage success, then you know, I really want to hear about it. So can you, a program director, you're able to train them to be a program director, or?
No, it's for teachers, for
Okay.
Dine language teachers to get certified to receive the 520 certification. So there's a slide right after the content. So what is 520 certification? Are you familiar with the 520 certification?
Yes.
So that is what we're doing, a partnership with Navajo Nation. And so Navajo Nation does the assessment, which is the Dine language teacher and the language and culture. So they do the assessment in Window Rock, but then we made it in a partnership with them to bring it out to Albuquerque, because a lot of the charter schools didn't have a certified language teacher. So this is our third year, and we got 20 people that are certified, and now they are working in these charter schools and district schools too. So we are partnered with Albuquerque School District, and so they are also utilizing some of the lesson plans that we assisted them with. And so we have two curriculum development specialists, how do you do a lesson plan? So those are going to be tested in the Window Rock in order for them to get the assessment, to prepare them to get the assessment. And then so when they pass that test, then whatever school that, let's just say CCSD, they're interested in working here. And so then we assist them to putting a mentor here And then after that, we help them develop that relationship with the mentor. And so this is done after 5, on weekends. And so on one of the calendars, we have lesson plan workshops. Then we have Dine language, fundamental law workshops. Then we have all these workshops that will prepare them to take that assessment. So that's how it works. And so that's just to get them into the door to get certified to become a language teacher at IDEA.
What about non-native, are they in our at CCSD? Are they able to take advantage of this too, or?
So due to the state funding that we get with the scope of work, it's basically just to obtain the 520 certification.
Okay, so it's not open to, I guess, for example, if one of our non-native teacher wants to learn the Dine language and wants to take advantage of this, are they able to, or?
No, because the grant, it's written just to obtain the certification.
Okay.
So at the next area, na antkini aya that equinais so ebendia.
Okay.
Good evening. May I provide some more clarification?
Yeah.
Okay. So the 520 licensure is an initiative to increase Navajo/Native American teachers in the state of New Mexico due to the current situation of where our language and culture identity sits now. The language is not being taught or passed down, as well as the cultural knowledge anymore. It doesn't take a fancy research to show where the state of our language is today. So with that, it's also detailed in the 11 tenets of the Indian Education Act of New Mexico, indicating that a student language and culture should be taught in the schools. And that's part of cultural linguistic relevant and responsive instruction too. But the 520 was designed to increase the number of teachers, so more Native American teachers/Navajo teachers could be produced to have more Navajo to be taught across the state of New Mexico. And so with that, each tribe developed an assessment. They designed their own assessment, however way they want to do it, through their sovereign, sorry, I just ate dinner. Based on their sovereignty, they design it however way they want to. With the Navajo Nation, we take that 520 test through Department of Dine Education, Office of Statistics, Curriculum, and Data. Was it data? Standards, I'm sorry. We just call it OSCAD. We're used to just using a lot of acronyms. But in that, the way the 520 test is designed right now, there's two components. There's an elementary and a secondary. So whatever rocks the person's boat in terms of if I want to teach elementary or secondary or do both, they take that assessment. So like my sister here said, the test has a writing part which is writing a lesson plan written in Navajo using the Navajo Nation 5 content standards. And then the second part is the cultural knowledge, and everything is in Navajo for that. They test your culture knowledge skills and your oral language proficiency too. And then with the written part, one, they see how you write a lesson plan, if you know and understand that. And then the second part to that is assessing the writing of the language. How knowledgeable are you? And it is pretty intense. So with this program, it's really to increase teachers, like they're saying, at various different levels. And so this program provides that. But on top of that, once a teacher is awarded their 520 licensure only to teach language and culture in the state of New Mexico, we have compliance for having that license. So when we pass that test, we get certified, like a K-8 license, 912 license. It's an actual license, but only to teach Navajo/Native American language and culture in the schools. But just like having a K-8 license, you have to have like PDs and things like that to keep it, especially for renewals. This is the same thing, but teachers who have these licenses, they have to earn PD hours, and they're specifically in Navajo language and culture PDs. And it's really unique to have that, but it's also very challenging to have those types of PDs, because it's unique. It's just not like letters trainings or SIPS training, right? So it's those PDs are offered from this organization to help these teachers who have these 520 licensure to continue receiving their PD hours. So upon renewal, they can say, here's, for level 1, here, they'll say, here's 60 hours of PD, either Navajo language and or Navajo culture. And so that's the other part to what this organization does, is provide that professional development, because you can't get that at a lot of places. And so that's why it's unique, but this organization offers that. And that's where they were sharing some of the examples, like the horse workshop. It's all from a cultural, holistic perspective. That's where that culture portion of the professional development comes in. And so that's like the main objective to this organization, is to really increase licensed Navajo language teachers to be in the classroom, so schools can have Navajo language instruction in their schools.
So was, in the past, this, as you said, it's pretty intense, and it sounds that way. I think there was talk about maybe not being so stringent.
Yes, so that's also part of this work, and I did do a presentation on that, if you remember, a while back. It's the 520 streamlining, and so it is intense if you don't know how to read or write Navajo, but if you speak it, you're good. But a lot of our people don't know how to read or write. So with this organization, they help them learn like how to write a lesson plan, because anybody that speaks Navajo can take this test and become licensed, but they still lack some skills like lesson planning, and so they provide that training and professional development for these teachers. And so the main objective really is for them to pass this test, and it's pretty, for me it was easy, but it's because I speak, I'm fluent reader, writer, and speaker. But you can pass it with tutoring and training, and that's what we do at CCSD too. We've tutored past teachers who've taken the 520 test but didn't pass it, and the second time or third time around, they passed it, and that's how we've had some of our 520 teachers that are currently teaching now in the district. And so that's like the objective, but with this organization, it's at a broader level for the state of New Mexico. And that's how this works.
I guess after seeing and hearing what was at the sessions at NEIA, you know, one of the sessions they shared how they were bringing more of the elderly in to and to be a part of their classroom and to speak the language, and then I wonder, now I guess I understand a little bit more that, you know, why they didn't want to make it so stringent. Because, you know, say you learned it from your parents. Nobody put them through a test, you know, and so I'm wondering why there's, you know, maybe you do, maybe I don't, you know, more advocacy on let's just learn the language. Reading and writing will come later, or, you know, so that we can get more of our elders, you know, in the classroom to, you know, whether it's grandma or Che or to come in and maybe that's the thing that would really have our students pick up.
So I would like to share that this initiative maybe started like 20 years ago. Some of us were called upon to help with this, and at that time, some of us were not in favor of this written test because of the very fact that our language is all oral based. The stories are all oral based. Songs, prayers are all oral. At that time, when the administration, whoever was there at the time, they're the ones who made that decision for the sole purpose of, I guess, aligning how the teacher assessments were being implemented at the PED level. And so it seemed at that time when we were not in favor that it was just part of just formality, just to align how PED was doing it. But the few of us didn't, I guess we didn't speak loud enough, but it went through like that. But it is a challenge. But with programs like NISN, and then even with what we do at with ICO, tutoring can help teachers pass this assessment. And to me, it's just a small part to pass it, and that's like the writing part, and that's it. Even with culture knowledge, these PDs help build culture education knowledge of these potential future teachers. And that's what they do, that's their goal too. That's why they have these professional development that they do, again, all from the cultural and holistic perspective. And those are questions that they ask when you take the tests.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for explaining and presenting. It's good to know, and but I go back to what Board Member Montoya said earlier, you know, and it's a shame that we have to go by those criterias, you know, but like I just see it simple, and I like the way you put it, Dr. Bizaad, that, you know, it's oral, our language, and the rest of it, you know, I think could come later, you know.
Yeah, and it usually does.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
May I make a comment?
Go ahead, Ms. Ansky.
Yad Ibana Kregi, Nijona She Yashit Yad the neck edge, the Nebizado, Boha Ahaki Wazo, Bedoye, a call Bana Kregi, Nijone, I see Nijoni in Hin Chinapa. You're the She without Bansa's case, I see Shit Yad. Thank you.
Do you have anything else?
Nedo Hehat Kodobe Hainzi Ado Dita October 26th na. You're welcome to come to see and observe. That's one of the things that we're trying to also partner with school districts. And then again, you know, this is an opportunity for non-certified teachers, and then also for those that are certified to earn their clock hours for PD towards renewal of their certification. If they don't, their certification expires. And so they're not able, they have to go back and take the test again. So to avoid that, we're taking this mobile and going from school district to school district and getting more of a partnership. So with that, we usually try, if the school district is more interested in this, then we help develop an MOA. And so then that's when we say, okay, this is where we can assist, and this is where the school districts can assist. And then it also, sometimes it comes to cost share. And so that's what we did with Shiprock Associated School at Tabayaj Elementary. So one of our apprentices decided to go over there, and so that's where we ended up developing an MOA with the school board. And we did a presentation there, and now one of our apprentices is working there, and she's certified.
Mr. So.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just want to express my strong support for this program and initiative, and thank you, Dr. Vicente. It's good to see you, Mr. Brown, and of course, Dr. Bizaad, for all the work that you're doing to help build capacity to support our language, Dine language programs, and so forth. So hopefully, I think our district is able to be a part of a bigger picture of trying to expand the access and ability to have Navajo language teachers in all of our schools. Because I know one of the big challenges, and this has come up with Yazi Martinez and all the stuff in the state about the big shortage and challenges that we all have about having effective native language speakers and teachers in our schools. So, and I see this as just it's all part about being a solution rather than just looking at the negatives and so forth. It's being productive, proactive, to take action to say that this is going to lead to better outcomes for all of our kids. And with that, I just want to say thank you, and I want to express my support for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I?
Yes.
You said October 26th?
Yes.
That's on Sunday?
Yes. The reason why we have these PDs is because our apprentices work. So usually do some Zoom after instructional hours or on weekends.
Okay.
Mr. So, you have your hand up still?
Can you let us know more as the day gets near? Sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
So
Do you have anything, is there anything else? Do you have anything else for us?
Just one more, as along with an MOA agreement, as well as we're doing this partnership with school district, is that we're also requesting later, if we have if we continue to do partnership with CCSD, is to request a letter from the school board to support this program to continue, so we can present that later to the Indian Affairs Committee to put us back into get funded from the state. So that's just in the future.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Secretary Wells said he'll pay for it.
Item B, no, item C. Hozho Horizon Program Update by Takani. Help me with that presentation of your last name.
Wa'ahila.
Thank you. I didn't want to butcher it.
No worries.
Center for Indigenous Health.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Hi to the board. My name is Tahani Wa'ahila. I am originally from Hawaii. I was born and raised there. I went to Fort Lewis College, where I got my business administration degree. And then I slowly came back to the Navajo Nation, where my family also resides in Red Valley. So I'm happy to see you all. Thank you for listening to this presentation. I work for the Center for Indigenous Health. I'm a research assistant, and I primarily work on this program called Hozho Horizons. And yeah, I'm just here to give an update about our program and all of the initiatives, the fun, active initiatives we've been doing here in Shiprock. So first of all, why am I here? Why am I giving this presentation? What is Hozho Horizons? The reason why we implemented this program is we saw that the Navajo Nation continues to face very significant health challenges, including high rates of sexually transmitted diseases, with syphilis being a high rate amongst them, in areas exceeding the national average by almost tenfold. So the Johns Hopkins Center for Indigenous Health saw this initiative as a way to stay committed to our community and address these issues and challenges through culturally relevant activities with the community. We also have evidence-based prevention programs that I'll be listing out further in the presentation. And we also really just want to strengthen family relationships, empower youth, and support community wellness. Over the past year, we have implemented 4 core initiatives in partnerships with community members and organizations. Amongst those is number 1, Hozho Horizons Camp, linking families and teens, aka LIFT workshops, the Vision of You curriculum, which is an online, fully online curriculum, and another initiative called motivational interviewing. So the first one I want to talk about is the Hozho Horizons Camp that we had hosted at Shiprock High School. And that camp was a 5-day, fully free camp that was held June 9th through the 13th, and that supported youth ages 11 through 19 in cultural teachings, wellness activities, and personal growth experiences. Amongst those, we've had 3 sports that they could choose from, and I want to give a shout out to the kids that participated. It was really hot during that summer, so of course we fed them and we gave them lots of water, and most importantly, we just wanted them to have fun during this time. And yeah, we had some activities like paint by numbers, where students got to sit in a classroom, really just relax throughout the day and get away from the heat and do this activity called paint by numbers. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, but we also had another group come in where they made some water filtered with like different fruits and mint and stuff like that. So they really were taught how to keep themselves healthy, how to make good decisions, and really just have fun during this time. And we had motivational interviewing sessions, which I can talk later in the presentation. but that was first hosted at our Shiprock camp. And the participants we reached was 38. And I did want to note, one of the disadvantages of hosting a camp with Shiprock High School was that they had their, summer school happening during the same time. So we knew that, there could be some disruption between classes. We also knew that there was a lot more camps going on during that specific time and that specific week. So we were a bit challenged with, trying to get and recruit students to our camp and really trying to benefit those that are willing to come to our camp. I want to give another shout out to Principal Gallagher, of course, Shiprock High School. Without them, we wouldn't have a space to hold it. The Shiprock High School staff and custodians, they were really flexible during our time and cleaned up after us, so thank you so much for that. And of course, the Johns Hopkins staff, we had a lot of our staff come from multiple sites, so big ups to them, because of course, without them, we couldn't have done it. And let's see, with our community impact, we really just wanted to bring this summer camp back to the community. We wanted to empower youth. We wanted to have them make more positive decision making. That's one of the goals within Hozho Horizons. And yeah, moving on, I'll switch to the Vision of You curriculum. So this curriculum was implemented within the camp itself. So students would go to their sports event, they would come back inside, and then we would have 2 allocated labs that had computers that they could go on to the Vision of You curriculum. And so this culturally relevant, age-appropriate sexual health education program for youth ages 13 through 24 focused on self-identity, values, goal setting, and accurate sexual and reproductive health information. There is 9 units basically just talking about what I just reiterated, and the Vision of You program is completed virtually and on the youth's own time and computer. That part is really, we implement Vision of You not just within the camp, but within its own sector. So we offer that curriculum free of charge. There's really nothing they have to pay for. We give access to those that don't have accessibility to computers to complete that program. And within that curriculum, we have reached a total of 69 students, or participants, I should say. And with that impact, we have seen evaluations of Vision of You that has shown really some reduction in the frequency of sexual activity and the number of sexual partners, with an increase in contraceptive use and adulthood preparation, subject knowledge, and skills. So basically, they're learning the things that they need to know to make positive decision-making skills with their sexual and overall well-being. And jumping back, I know I'm going a little bit back and forth. We have another implementation called LIFT workshops, LIFT is standard for Linking Families and Teens. And this program is a 1-day fully free workshop for teens and their trusted adults or parents. It's a strength-based workshop designed to really strengthen that family communication skills between the dynamic, and they learn each other. It's a really cool program. They learn each other's love languages. They both learn tips and tricks on how to approach tough conversations, the tough conversations that usually don't get held at the dinner table. We offer those skills and the knowledge to better approach tough decisions or tough communications to those participants. And so the youth, they do have to be ages 13 through 19, and their parent or trusted adult has to attend the session with them. And we offer that because, you know, the one-on-one communication is not always perfect, and we know that. And so we try to offer that space for them to really get the tools and knowledge, and then actively take those tips, tricks, tools, and apply that to their household. So we want to offer it as a sustainability reason, to make sure that they just don't seep up the knowledge that they get at the workshop and then don't use it actively in the household. And to support that, I actually do booster calls with the parents afterwards to make sure that, you know that I did my job well, but making sure that they have utilized the tips and tricks, and making sure that, if there's anything that we can do as facilitators, we can do that for the next cohort, or I should say session. So this year we successfully implemented LIFT in Navajo Nation communities with strong participation and positive feedback. We reached 99 participants in total, and this LIFT workshop is in Shiprock, Chinle, and Tuba City at the moment. With the community impact, participants reported stronger family relationships, improved communication, and increased knowledge about sexual health and resources around them.
May I?
Mm-hmm.
May I? Okay.
Go ahead.
Can you give an example on how, like, the family on that LIFT workshop
Yeah, like, do you want me to give an example of what they would possibly learn?
Yeah, I mean, you have here participants reported stronger family relationships.
Mm-hmm.
Can you give me an example of?
Sure. What I can offer, so I do booster calls with the parents that have participated in the workshops, and alongside they do a post survey where they can write us feedback. They give us their overall experience, whether or not they liked it or not, whether or not we did good as facilitators, whether or not they felt comfortable talking about the topics that we discussed. And to kind of answer your question, how do I know that their stronger relationships has built after the workshop? It really comes with the booster calls. So I write down everything that they have shared with me, and of course I ask permission if I'm able to share it back to our program leads. And yeah, that's kind of our one-on-one session, and it usually takes around 15 to sometimes 30 minutes with that booster call, but that's where that information comes from.
Okay.
All right, and then with our last little snippet of our initiatives is something called motivational interviewing. Our team continues to receive MI training to better engage with youth ages 10 through 19. MI is a respectful, relationship-focused approach that helps youth explore their motivations for behavior change and supports them in making autonomous, positive choices. This initiative was first introduced to the community during our Hozho Horizon summer camp. We intend to expand the use of MI to reach youth in other settings such as schools. So specifically with this one, I've had some really great experiences with MI, considering that, we had 38 participants in our camp. That was still a lot for us to really engage with each and every student, making sure that they had a fruitful time at our camp. And with MI, with motivational interviewing, it gave me the chance to really connect with students one-on-one. It was a time where we basically sat at a table. I offered a free space for them to explore any topics that they would want to talk about. I don't have the sheet with me, but we had a bubble sheet, which each bubble had a topic that we could possibly explore. One of them was healthy eating. One of them was relationships. One of them was, I think, sexual wellness, so like overall sexual well-being. And so we offered that to students. If they didn't choose to really open up, we would just be like, okay, well, what's going great with your life right now? And what are some things that maybe could be a gap in the future? And so it's really just a time for a one-on-one conversation with the student for them to get to know me, but also we as a team, as an MI team, we make sure that we offer an ear for them to listen to, and also offer that free space for them to kind of take down that wall that usually teens have during this time. So yeah, MI was excellent with our Hozho Horizons camp. We also implemented the same MI during our Chinle camp out in Chinle, Arizona, and that was awesome as well. We had multiple sessions. We had 116 sessions altogether, so that is really awesome for our team. And I think when the youth really sit down with us and talk about whatever they wanted to talk about, I think they opened us. I think they opened us up, but also they taught us a lot more than we could ever teach them with those one-on-one sessions. So motivational interviewing was super impactful for our community, our students, and creating that community space for us. So overall, just to kind of wrap up here, all of our programs, participants had clearly stated that they express these initiatives made a huge positive impact to their life, whether or not that's from the LIFT workshop or other initiatives. Families have shared that they feel way more connected with their youth and reported increased confidence and awareness. And community partners saw value in expanding these offerings. So yeah, we're really trying to explore other chapter houses to host these LIFT workshops. Our next workshop is actually going to be in Red Mesa this Saturday. And we have a few slots left, but we're really trying to touch on these outer skirts that really don't get reap the benefits of these initiatives that we have here in Shiprock. So our reach goes far beyond just Shiprock. We're trying to reach Red Mesa. We have other chapter houses in mind that we want to host with the LIFT workshop. And again, we're still trying to implement MI as another initiative within Hozho Horizons camp, or Hozho Horizons. And just looking ahead, our team is continuing to offer these programs in collaboration with community leaders, chapter houses, and local organizations. And really just building the relationships around us is really important to the Center for Indigenous Health. And we want to reach even more families and more students. And I think one of the ways that we have tried and trying to do so is through our social media. We just launched our Facebook and Instagram page for Shiprock Center for Indigenous Health. So if anyone wants to go follow us, we would love more followers. So, but that's all I have. I'm open to any questions or comments, but thank you so much for hearing me out.
What other comments from the board?
May I?
Go ahead.
Just recently I saw on social media, they were saying 5 communities or 5 areas in the state of New Mexico with the high HIV, and Farmington was noted, and as one of the, I think they were 4th. They never said who the first one was, but anyhow, and then they brought up because of the large indigenous, and I thought that was very unfair, you know, but it made me wonder. I know when I used to we used to go to visits for United Way and Navajo Way, and would go down to Kienta or, Chinle area that, they had those, crisis also. And that was like, what, I don't know, 15 years ago. And so, it just made me wonder, but I'm glad, somebody does talk about it, because I'm sure it's difficult. And then, with students today, it's a lot different, and, I wouldn't even, for me, in my household, anything was open, but, some don't have that privilege.
Right.
So I'm glad that it is talked about and discussed, and, however way we can get them to start talking.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for making that comment. Yeah, I just want to add on to that. Another thing that we somewhat implement, but it's mandatory for our program to have something called a community advisory board and youth advisory board, which is basically feedback from the community members that really just give us any positive, negative, the good, the bad type of feedback to make sure that we're implementing this program as it benefits to the youth, because our target audience is youth. But also we have parents that are, doing kind of the same thing where they want to discuss something like this, but again, when in actuality, is it really discussed? So, part of the center, we try to offer that space for the both of them through our LIFT workshop. And then if they can't get that education and they can't get that knowledge in the household, well, we can offer Vision of You as a curriculum where they can do something online and not be face-to-face and to have that kind of awkward interaction. But again, like, I hear what you're saying, it's a taboo topic culturally in the Navajo Nation. So this is something that we're aware of, and we want to do the best that we can to relay the information in the most respectful and culturally aware possible way we can. But thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Mr. Soul?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, John Hopkins, to your team and staff for the very good work you do. I know that I've seen your work with not only this research study and project, but also other projects. And I just want to say again, thank you, and we look forward to working with you on this.
Thank you. Ms. Haskey?
Thank you. It sounds like a really great program, so I appreciate all the work and all the areas you're working with the students. It's important. I don't think we realize how important having those establishing those kind of relationship with our youth is, but it's important that they have good role models and they receive those type of teachings. So thank you.
Mr. Montoya? I'm going to try this.
Yeah.
Ms. Wahila? Thank you very much.
At least you didn't call me Mr. Hopkins. I've had that before. They're like, you don't look like Johns Hopkins. I'm like, I'm not. Thank you so much. Ehehe, mahalo.
Oh, yeah.
Item D, 40th day report by Philemon Badbad and Amy Conley.
Board President Husky, Vice President Wells, board member of the boards, Mr. So, Ms. Aspas, Mr. Montoya, members of the community, good evening, and Superintendent Carlson. Tonight I will update you regarding about our 40-day attendance report and bus ridership. Attendance comparison, so you will see on the graph, the blue one is from August 6th up to October 7th, and the red ones is for the 40th day itself on October 8th. For our August 6th to October 7th, overall attendance comparison, our lowest is 75%, and the highest is 94%. So that will be our overall attendance from October 6th to October 7th. On the 40th day itself, on October 8th, we have the lowest at 78% and the highest at 97%. So you can see all the schools, and our total for our district from August 6th to October 7th is 92%. That's our overall attendance. And on the 40th day itself, on October 8th, we have a 94% district-wide.
Say that again, Virginia.
For our overall attendance from October 6th to October 7th, district-wide, it is 92%. And on 40th day, October 8th, we have a 94% attendance. Okay. Any question with that?
That's great.
Yes.
I think one school celebrated, what, 98%?
Yes. 97% one school down south on 40th day.
Elementary. Yeah, I just want to comment. These results are very impressive, and I think it shows that a lot of our schools have made some very significant improvements and gains in attendance rates. The one school I see on the graph is Newcomb Elementary at 97%, and that's huge. That's amazing, impressive. But all across the district, it looks like each of our schools has made dramatic improvements in their attendance rates. So good job to all the staff, students, teachers, for all making this happen. Good results. Thank you.
The next slide, please. This slide will show our chronic absenteeism comparison from August 6th to October 8th. District-wide, our chronic absenteeism is 30.6%.
You have anything to compare it to? Last year, maybe, or no?
No, we don't have. Sorry about that.
I think there's a report from the last board meeting.
And we can send it to you. I'll pull that out and send it your way.
Okay.
All right, next slide, please.
On these chronic absenteeism, do we find out why, or do we wait until they get the 20th one and then threaten with expulsion?
Some of these absences is that in the data department, we pull out the codes. So whether it is absent, excused, or unexcused. So that's the only data that we are pulling out from the data department. So we don't know what's the reason why the students are. Maybe it's coming from the schools, and Mr. Deswood will answer that.
Well, the only reason why I ask is do we find out why is not to be punitive. That's not my question, but to sincerely find out, you know, from the parents what's happening. And I say this because, you know, I was watching a TikTok and video, and the parent was going through unbelievable hardships, and but she, in the words in her defense, she said she came to the schools, you know, the people there, because of their degrees or because they're in that authoritative position, that they felt that they knew better, and not giving a chance for explanation, and which drove her to homeschooling. So you know, that's why I'm asking, do we find out why, to be helpful, not to further, you know, punish. But, you know, we are trying to, I hope that it's still our main campaign is to attract students, to keep our students, to retain our students.
If I could add, Ms. Aspis. So lately, some of the absences are attributed to the weather. So missing the bus, can't get to the bus stop because of mud. There was one school that I was just at today, of the students that were chronically absent, sickness as well. I'm not too sure if you've heard, but hand, foot, mouth has been going around lately. We had one school that had like 20 cases. So there's various, but the school, the teams, they do look at, they try to find why kids are not coming to school and then providing support. Sometimes through the attendance intervention teams or school student improvement teams, they start to connect them with resources like ICO, or to get them connected to counselors. So one of the things with attendance plans this year, the focus is not to use it punitively with kids, right? Not to punish them, because the whole goal is to re-engage them and bring them back into the school. Thank you.
I have a question. When it says chronic absenteeism, is this chronic with individuals, chronic with schools? Is it repeated with individuals? Is that what we mean by chronic?
So when we say chronic, so we take their attendance and then take greater than or equal to 10% days missed, and those are the chronic absenteeism that we are looking at.
Are we talking about individual students missing several days?
Yes.
Okay.
And then when say they started the day, say students late, running late, and they're marked absent, does the teacher have that option to say tardy, or?
Yes. So we have attendance codes, whether absent, tardy, medically verified, and all of those codes. So if it is medically verified, and the parents will give some letters from the doctors, then the front office will do it. Okay, next slide, please. The next slide will be our bus riders comparison. The blue one are the eligible riders, district-wide. And the purple is the 40-day bus riders. So you can see in career prep, we have 63 eligible bus riders, and on the 40th day, we have 55 students who rode the bus. EVA B, we have 144 bus riders, 144 who rode the bus on the 40th day. So that's a 100% ridership. For EVA B, we have Judy Nelson, 100%, 148. Kirtland Central, 176 with 100%. Kirtland L, 173, we have 100% for that. KMS, almost 100%, 135 out of 136. Mesa, you have 104 out of 164. And NASTD, 39 out of 55. Newcomb L, 96 out of 121. And Newcomb High School, 113 out of 157. Nijoni, 100 out of 145. Newcomb Med, 47 out of 59. Hozho, 132 out of 171. Shiprock High, 168 out of 238. And TBA, 102 out of 126. So on the next slide, you will see the percent of student who rode the bus. District-wide, we have 2,076 eligible bus riders, and there are 1,732 students who rode the bus on the 40th day, making it 83.4% who rode the bus on the 40th day.
So the people that look at this data, what is good besides the 100%? What is?
So they're looking at the number of eligible bus riders and compare that to the 40th day bus riders, and Cindy can elaborate more on that.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. So school transportation funding is only the 80th and then 120th day.
The 80th.
80th day and 120th day. That's how they can. We don't do a 40th day report.
Okay.
So, and then
I was just wondering, say if this was the 80th, is it still good in the 80%, or it has to be
No.
100?
We really work hard on getting our students to ride on our count days for the 80th and the 120th.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do all our Do all our schools know that?
They should be aware of that, yeah.
I mean, we haven't gone to the 80th yet, but do they know that that's a real, what we're striving for is 100%?
We want, even though the 40th doesn't count, we'd still want 100% as close to it on the 40th as well. So they should be pushing for 100% as much as possible, but on all the count days, but especially the 80th and 120th. So yes.
We also wanted to provide an enrollment update, and Mr. B I handed out the handout on that. So this is as of October 16th. So we have 120 students enrolled in Career Prep High School. Which has increased from 117 to 120. Eva B. Stokely went from 233 last month to 234 this month. Judy Nelson decreased 2 students, so 439 to 437. Kirtland Central increased from 707 students to 709. Kirtland Elementary decreased by 1, 367 to 366. Kirtland Middle increased by 5, 381 students to 386. Mesa increased by 4, 240 to 244. Nosh Chitty stayed the same at 84 students. Newcomb Elementary increased 2 students from 194 to 196. Newcomb High School went down 1 student from 202 to 201. Newcomb Middle went down 1 student, 83 to 82. Najoni went from 251 to 257, increased by 6. Ojo went from 257 to 259, and another increase of 2. Shiprock High School, 456 last month to 452. So a slight decrease, and TBA Middle School, 223 to 222. So we currently have 4,260 students enrolled in our district. And in September, we had 4,238.
Question. Overall, district-wide, we have an increase of how many?
16 from last month.
Okay, thank you.
Currently, we have 6 in our holding school. So those 6 students are awaiting they are finishing their paperworks. Once they are done, then we will activate and put them into the schools.
So overall, we're increasing.
Yes.
Excellent. We like to hear that.
Thank you for doing that. I hope to see 100% for 80th.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and I say thank you to all that were involved in the campaign for the 40th. I saw it all over social media, and then to get the students too in their videos, I thought that was great. So thank you, everyone.
It is Jared. That's Jared's
Any
work.
questions from the board? Mr. Montoya?
All right.
Mr. So? Ms. Haskey?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Asmus?
No, I already. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item E, Starlink Report by Mike Thomas and Amy Connolly.
Good evening. So this is pretty much, we're going over the integration for Starlink, possibly if we were to implement it within the school district.
All right. Can we take a 5-minute break? I want to hear this, but I need to go to the restroom.
We'll take a minute. We'll take a 5-minute break.
5-minute break, everyone. Grab some food while you're on your break.
Okay, so this is pretty much a mock-up of implementation of Starlink if we were to actually implement it within CCSD. If we were going to do, let's say we go to Starlink or anything that pertains to an ISP with getting any data from, let's say, Farmington, like in that area where it's numbered 19, that would actually be where the internet would actually start, where we get data. And from each of those white numbered areas, those are hops, which is a microwave. So all data goes through microwave from north to south. So I listed some pretty much some roadblocks that we'll probably most likely run into, which would be the cost of microwave. There's different kinds of microwave strengths with pushing signals and pushing data through. If we want to go pretty much to high end with different devices that can go for miles, there's some that go 10 miles, and then some can actually push to maybe like 200 or more, somewhere along that range. So we would have to actually get the cost of what we actually wanted to implement with a microwave unit. And not only that, but we would have to do a site survey, pretty much probably go through Navajo Nation if we wanted to get a piece of land to mount the microwave units on there as well. And I came back. You also need your own the buildings there that actually house switches, routers, battery backups, and everything of that nature. So those are some things that I listed to get the project going as well. And we need an FCC license for because we're going on to that next step of actually carrying more than a gig speed. So that's something that we'd also need. And oh, there it is, microwave shelter. That's what we would also need if we were to implement this within CCSD. And we would need staff training for pretty much all our technology staff if we were to keep this in-house. And I'm guessing probably at least 2 full employees to maintain all those devices within the district if we were to go like solely if we were to actually own it. I know you're probably going to need a field tech and an actual microwave technician to actually go to the sites and actually trouble the horizontal signal with those. And also we'd have to go through policing, probably through City of Farmington and NTUA, and like earlier with substation at Newcomb, policing from NTUA a little bit more difficult too as well. So we would actually, CCSD would most likely have to do our own polls, and that's when we would have to go into a site survey and actually do our own microwave at that time to get the data from wherever we're going to get the data at. It could be at Newcomb, it could be in Farmington, wherever we would want to have a data center. That's where we could actually push out to several other sites with the microwave connections. And we do actually have one microwave actually right now, which was currently connecting our Shiprock High School to Nijoni and TBA. There's a small microwave that we put in place right there due to I believe it was the chapter housing up the fiber for us. So we did a microwave link right there, but that's just a short span. But we're talking if we want to implement this all process, we're looking at next year of actually hosting it with being on an ISP level grade microwave unit. So in all those drawings that you see there, those would be microwave unit or microwave sites, and from there we would have endpoints at each location for wherever we want to put the, I guess, the students' housing or wherever they're going to receive internet. There would be endpoints connected to those, and that's when we would push it to those students who need internet at their homes.
Go ahead. Ballpark, what do you think it costs just to set up? And let's just say, for the sake of discussing, just to Newcomb.
Just to Newcomb, I think me and the network administrator, Reggie, were going over there or not. We were probably saying maybe about 2,000 a student. So 2,000, I'm not too sure what the enrollment, 4,800 times 2,000, well, Newcomb specifically.
I have a question for you. Sites, are they current sites?
No, there's pretty much, like I said, a mock-up kind of deal if we were to actually take that step, and it would based on what kind of microwave units we're actually wanting to deploy. Like I said, there's different microwave lengths what they can actually go the distance of.
And I think you said how far each one would reach, but I didn't remember what it was. How much area does each one?
They make a wide variety of them. Like it's going to be down to what we actually want, what we can afford. But they could range 0 to 150, somewhere around that. And have to be in the perfect line as well. So rolling hill, probably not correct. It's going to have to be pretty much line of sight somewhere.
You say 150 feet?
Miles.
150 miles.
Yeah, there's some that reach the.
Okay.
Or
Mr.
at
Sully,
least
you have your
100.
hand up.
Oh, 950.
Mr. Sully, you have a question.
So the total would be
Yes, I do.
950,000.
If the proposal is using Starlink, then why do we have to use micro towers? Because as I understand it, Starlink is standalone. You have a unit on a building. You plug it into your system and you connect the whole school or building to Starlink. This one looks like a tower here and there, almost like the old-fashioned way of connecting to the internet. So I'm puzzled by why we're having to use microwaves.
Well, we don't have that kind of infrastructure because the Starlink it goes in one stationary spot. But at that time, we need to push the data out to several other sites, and that's what requires those other locations that you see on the map there. In order to get it to other places, we can't just put a Starlink there. I think it's like a 150-foot range with an actual Starlink Wi-Fi with what they send to you. So it wouldn't actually reach necessarily pretty much all of Newcomb. It would have to be several other microwaves to get a signal from Starlink itself.
I have a comment or question.
Go ahead.
What I was envisioning is like here, this community, okay, a student comes in and enrolls, okay, you can get free internet. And from that point, proceed to somehow connect them at home. And maybe that's something that we can attract, and to our district. And so that's kind of how I was looking at it. I do, and so for the package that we have, it's like 10 items can go on that, can connect to that. So these other packages, how many, is that where the range comes in, or?
I guess what it comes down to is actually where are these specific pockets. You probably guide it off of that, go off of that, gauge that where there's more student population for it to go to the housing of those students in that area, which would require another endpoint at that end to actually have them connect when they talk point to point, and that's how they would get Wi-Fi at that point.
Okay, and so I don't know what's all involved in the new 911, and I thought maybe whatever infrastructure they're gonna put up, perhaps that would help what we're trying to do. And because wouldn't that be the same thing?
That's a possibility. We have that kind of something similar set up with our Ring Central phone system right now, where it's registered based on where we have the phone set up when we give Google that Google Plus code, so that's where they find out the actual location for when 911 is called. So it's a possibility.
And then would that be where E-rate comes in as well? And would that help us?
Yeah, I believe E-rate would help us to an extent, but at that point, we would probably need to go grant funded to look for grants regarding these kind of projects.
Are you serious? Oh my goodness. Wow. And you said it was funding?
Say
Grant funding.
yeah, that would probably be the other option to, because I'm it's about 8 million or 6 million, probably somewhere around there, that it would probably be in that range.
Yeah, well, you know, I just want to see what the info and what it would look like, and if it was possible, you know, just to think out of the box, and then the with that new 911 coming in, you know, I just wondered if that was, you know, faster than the fiber optic, you know, installations, and I believe Board Attorney Chappelle had explained, even, you know, we thought that we could use supports or infrastructure for that was used, say, anti-wave poles and things like that. No, we couldn't, not even as a school system, educational system. So, what's that? Oh. And, but I wanted to more for the, you know, just attracting more students and to see if we could get more on, you know, Wi-Fi. And
Understand.
then, you know, and then what starts with the students. I mean, I think we've really done some things here that's been that has been backwards. We all know there's a Wi-Fi issue on the reservation, and yet, you know, just things like the agenda, to shorten the agenda, go to a different, and if you want more information on a particular item, to the Wi-Fi, and you know, go to our website, when a lot of our people are not even, don't even know. And then the ones that do, they don't have Wi-Fi or internet services, and then the cost of it as well. Are you going to worry more about Wi-Fi connection or groceries or fuel or, you know, other things? So I, you know, and I really think that, you know, to get to that level, it's going to start with the youth, you know, and if we could get them connected and used to, then it's eventually going to go to the rest of the household.
Yeah.
That was just my thought.
Okay.
You know, just I wanted to see and explore if that was possible. Even in Kirtland, you know, Judy Nelson, you know, to have all their students connect there, or Kirtland Middle School, the high school, you know, and that's just one less expense, you know.
Yep. And that also brings up another point, like you just stated, which brings us the E-rate with being secure. We would need more security with our web filter as well to filter all the Starlinks. If we were to go that route, we would need more filtering with to filter all student devices and X amount of devices that, let's say, a student has parents connecting to. We need to get that locked down. So there would be more into it as well, with maybe getting a new web filter or new some kind of filter with the Starlink. So there's more into that as well.
Well, you know, I think it's been said here in our meetings before that there's some students that don't even know how to turn on the computer, and the only time they probably see one is at school. So, you know, hopefully that changes with all the or what they're getting now, but still during COVID, you know, a lot of them were going to Taco Bell, Burger King, you know, with Wi-Fi. And so, you know, it was just something that I thought if we could do the numbers, see what could actually, and then it's good to know, and we'll see how this 911 goes, and maybe it's something then that's a possibility.
And the price may change at that time too as well, based on how much they're deploying. But a side note as well, there was another school district, I forget, down south of here, they tried Starlink to all students before, and it just wasn't sustainable. Financially, it was taking a hit. So they kind of did away with that at their school district. But that's what I've gotten from research about that.
Mr. So, do you have a comment?
Yeah, hold on. Yes, I do. I wanted to add a comment. Like before we take a jump off of this, is there any? I'm not sure if the district already has like an inventory of like how many how many students in our district, families, household have internet access, and what sort of devices they have. What service providers do they currently use? What providers use, including those with no access. I think having that sort of information gives us a better grasp of what our challenges are, how many students have access, how many don't have access, which provider. That way we get a better picture of where our district stands. Here's to find out more about our infrastructure, our data services, and so forth. I don't know if we have like a survey of that students may have filled out of what access they have and those who don't have access. And if they have access, what type of access do they got?
I believe we can get that information. Mr. B can probably grab that, because that's in when the student first registers, if they have internet access, and they can pull that report. Yeah, we can send that to you.
You still got your hand up, Mr. So.
Yes. Just something that gives us better information about what our current students have right now at their homes. And that also gives us better information about what we need to do as a district moving forward.
Anything else?
I think that's it for me. I mean, I've used Starlink before, and it doesn't sound as complicated or challenging as what this project sounds like. I've seen Starlink deployed places, and I've never had to see them use like microwave towers and all this other stuff.
May I?
Yes, you may.
Board Attorney Chappelle.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
So I understand the E-rate is I don't know. It says in one paragraph that it wasn't going to go away, then another, it said that school bus that were equipped with Wi-Fi or
I believe they only cover for on buses.
yeah.
For Starlink for E-rate, that's what they cover.
Yeah, equipment with, I guess with jetpack are not gonna no longer be funded. Which is it? Have you heard anything on something like that?
Board member Abbott, I have not been informed about that, but we can definitely look into that to just have a better understanding of that. Mr. Thomas can answer that question. Or maybe superintendent.
Yeah, I didn't catch all of it. What's the first part?
We couldn't understand you, Jermaine.
Oh, I apologize. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay, good. I apologize. I was just saying I have not researched that. Absolutely happy to do that, but I was wondering if Superintendent or Mr. Thomas might be able to answer the question.
We could actually verify that tomorrow. We're actually going to an E-rate conference tomorrow, so we can ask our consultants that tomorrow.
Okay, the only reason why I'm asking our board attorney is because that's what's being used now, you know, and that's concerning, so. All right, well, you're aware of it, Ms. Chappelle, so if you could communicate superintendent with Jermaine Chappelle.
Yep.
We'll get the information and forward it.
And thank you for exploring and researching, and maybe after the 911 goes in, maybe we could revisit and see if possibility.
And like I said, this is a rough draft, actually, like a mock-up, so it wouldn't require, as in Mr. So had stated, with how much I have up there, that's just a mock drawing, it would be pushed out, basically make it be maybe even just 5 microwave sites within the whole Newcomb area. We would just have to go probably do site surveys and actually see where all the population of students are, so we can put maybe just 1 microwave there compared to 2 or 3. So we wouldn't have to, we would actually have to go out there and actually see the actual map of everything.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Haskey, do you have a comment? Mr. So?
Yeah, I've asked all my questions. I'm good. Thank you.
Mr. Montoya?
I have nothing.
Okay, thank you. We'll now hear from Mr. Armenta, twice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Wells, Board Member Aspas, Board Member Montoya, Board President, members online, and Mr. Carlson, community and staff. Thank you for your time. So I am presenting today, according to the agenda, was about giving the facility index and building conditions. This first part of my report is to kind of follow up the conversation that we had in the last board meeting in Naschitty, talking about the facilities and talking about the utilization of the facilities. So this information here on the first page, that's a pullout. It gives a brief description about Central Consolidated Schools with the enrollment when this data was compiled of 5,100 students, which we know that that's, according to the report today, is down to the numbers that Miss Amy Connolly presented earlier. So this is the data that was compiled from the 5-year master plan. So this is part of the documents that has been presented in the past, but I separated this issue because, or this particular part, because it breaks down each school as we were talking about capacity and utilization. So looking at the first page and looking at Eva B. Stokely, reading from left to right, with the maximum capacity of that school as it's built of 590 is the maximum capacity. And right now, the enrollment as of that year was 224, which gave it a 41% utilization. And so if you look at the very back, the far right chart, it says over, needing, low, and underutilized. So if you look at all of our schools that are on this first page, it breaks down every school telling whether or not they're utilized to capacity, if they're low, near capacity, or under capacity. This is the data from 2020 for the 24 to 29 master plan. So that, in conjunction with the information that we have now with our current enrollments and with the state, when I reached out to PSFA, because we've been walking the school facilities, doing the assessments, and looking at the status of the school facilities, I know that you all have asked as far as the repair and the maintenance of the facilities. On an average, our school district right now is of an index of about 85.28% is what our current index of where our schools are scored as far as PSFA in our facility maintenance assessment reports. So getting to the 70% on our building is where the state starts looking at for replacement. So our team has been doing a good job as far as keeping up with the maintenance to maintain an average of around 85.28%. But the numbers that I have from the last FMARs that were done by the state, and I'm sorry that these numbers do not coincide in order of how it is on this chart, but if you would like to pencil in, or I'm going to read off my list. For Mesa Elementary School, when the FMAR was completed, we were at an 88.986. Nijoni, and I'm sorry, that FMAR was done in 23. Nijoni was a 90.317 in 23. Hozho Amarillo was at a 91.172 in April of 24. Naschitty was at a 91.694 ranking in 2024. Kirtland Middle School was at 88.131 in 24. Kirtland Central High School was at a 88.252 in 2025. Shiprock High School was at a 73.432 back in 2017. They did do another analysis, but they did not send me that information on this list that I have, but I will update that number for you because we did rewalk that school in 2022. TBA had a listing of 86.84. Career Prep came in at 90.12. Those were done in 2021. Newcomb High School was at 81.021, and that was in 2020. Newcomb Middle School was at 91.68. It came in very high on the facility maintenance report due to the maintenance, just keeping up with the work orders. Newcomb Elementary came in at 79.472, and Kirtland L at 80.987. I didn't have the data for Judy Nelson and Eva B. Stokely, but the rest of them schools, that gives us our average of where our school buildings as they're built currently, what the facility assessment report is giving us, which goes into our, when they decide when these schools, on the ranking of the schools throughout the whole state of New Mexico. So if you look at, if you can go to the next slide, please, Sharon. So the next slide, which goes to page 1 of your booklet here, is going to be a more detailed breakdown of this report right here. This is going to go school by school, starting with career prep, and it gives you a breakdown of what the classrooms were, how many classrooms they were, and what they were designated for. So as you flip through your book, you can see what the classrooms were designated for, and it gives a brief summary about each school and about what the utilization is of that school at that current time as a percentage. So it gives the square footage. And of course, these numbers were based before the 5th grade was moved down. So the numbers that we're looking through now on this next slide is just the numbers off of our first master sheet. It just breaks it down into detail. So what Mr. Deswood and I did as we were comparing all this information and trying to give you all good current information as to what our schools are currently, because the only thing that has changed from this information that I have given you is as you read down on it and it says including portables, we sold a lot of portables. So that just means the actual classrooms in the building, getting them children out of the portables and into the building sites. So when I compiled my information on, as we move on through the presentation, like I say, each one of these, I wasn't gonna go, we have the main master sheet here that you all can look at, and then I gave you all the supporting documents that gives everything as to the 5-year master plan. Ms. Ray, if we could go to that spreadsheet I shared with you. So I had shared this spreadsheet because we had sent it out to the principals asking about their buildings and what was comparing from this master plan to look at what the current classrooms are. So we pulled up this, we got this spreadsheet together and we just created a front page for it, which I don't have it pulled up on my computer, and as soon as Ms. Sharon gets it, it was shared on BoardDocs so you all can see it. I didn't put it in my handouts. But the spreadsheet that we created tells a little bit more of a story from the principals. Let me bring it up. You got it up yet, Sharon? Get it up here. I'm sorry, it's taking me a while to get. There it is. So Miss Ray pulled it up. So we started with career prep, and going from left to right, we asked them how many classrooms they were using. We compared it to the 2023 facility master plan. So it tells at that time how many classrooms, what the enrollment was, the current enrollment, and then the classrooms that have been used. And if you'll scroll over just a little bit to the end of that, to the far right, So there it says how many classrooms are utilized and not utilized. And this is straight from the principals going through each school. So utilizing that information with our facility assessment and knowing what our maintenance costs are, looking at where we're at with each facility, looking at we're in October of this school year, and looking at how much of our budget we have spent down already, and knowing we have to get to September of 26, we're really just between HVAC units, heating and cooling, flooring, you know, looking at even this gym floor, like we're constantly keeping up with these buildings. Whenever we go in and do our work orders and we do all of the assessments to the building and we turn in the information to PSFA and they come and walk the facilities, which according to even on our report, they're a little behind because they're supposed to do it every 3 years. And you can see on some of them, they walked them last in 2021. So we're getting ready to walk a lot of these facilities. So that index rating that I have given you, it's gonna drop. It's gonna, because it's been 3 years or more since we walked these facilities. So this is just a lot of information that I believe this is in your decision-making and moving forward, looking at each school site, looking at the numbers of students that we have, looking at what the building was designed for, looking at the capacity versus the occupancy, and understanding where we're at with as far as our maintenance and what we're doing. Regardless of the amount of students in that building, we still have to maintain the facility. So we're doing it. Of course, as you know, the air handler units will cool a whole section of an area, even though some of the classrooms aren't occupied, it's still forcing air to that room regardless. So we still have to keep up with all of our systems, the lighting, the heating, the boilers, everything works hand in hand with whether or not the rooms are being utilized or not. We still have to put our money and our effort towards keeping the building and keeping them fixed and up to par. So I hope that this information tells you kind of the story and kind of gives you what you were looking for. If you go tab by tab, and it is in the board docs, if you go to the first tab of like Eva B. Stokely or Career Prep, they told what classroom it is and what it's being used for. And then some of them even put who's the teacher in that classroom. And I know we had talked that as a principal, they're gonna be like, we use every room. And we wanted them to really, you know, they did put some of the spaces in there that weren't teaching spaces. We just wanted teaching spaces, just classrooms with an instructor. But we did get a lot of them that put, you know, some of their rooms in there that shouldn't have been on their list. But so I tried to not count those as utilized teaching areas and use it against them when I was saying that there's less rooms being used than not for teaching. So I tried to be strategic on how I put this together and how I'm going to report it to you, so that that way you all have the information and can see what these buildings, what they're exactly how they're being utilized. So I hope it's good information. This stuff here, when you look at the big picture of the master plan and you look at all the information, until you parse it out like this and really just, I think this first page, this snapshot here gives you all a good indication of where our district, and this is utilizing numbers that have come down. So these numbers from here have dropped. So I think that looking at the district and looking at the future and looking at what we need to do and trying to make each school efficient and make sure that everything we're doing and we're spending our money wisely, this is good information to have moving forward for some of the decisions that hopefully, as you all need to make, you can use this information to help you. So for that, as far as the facilities, their utilization, what their classrooms are, I stand for questions.
May I?
Go ahead.
So with Newcomb School, if we were to go to that, how would you go through that with the knowing that that's the one that needs to be replaced?
Ms. Aspis, thank you so much for that question. And it was difficult because even looking through all these reports, it's not on here because it's been awarded, same as TBA. A lot of the information I have is old because the Newcomb Elementary, the Newcomb Middle School, the information on here, you'll see it's combined. It's not combined yet. But a lot of that from the master plan was to combine that. So the next part of my presentation on the agenda is to talk about the Newcomb Elementary School. But to tie that into this, we're at that point where the school is in this shape. It's in bad shape. TBA, the roof. I talked to superintendent and the cabinet. You know, we're at the point right now where we need to spend almost $250,000 on the roof at TBA just to get it to survive enough to make it last until we can build the new TBA. $250,000 on a bid that the state's not going to help us because that building's already been approved. They're not going to help fund it, repairing it anymore because it should be demolished. So we're getting contractors, we're getting bids to see. That was where we flew the drone over that building to get an infrared to see where the problems were on that roof at TBA. We're encountering a lot of the same things at Newcomb Elementary. They put in work order after work order, and we don't deny them. We just go out there and we keep that thing going. We keep putting money into it. The boilers, the boiler system, the rooftop units. You know, it's a very inefficient school, and that going into my next presentation without going real deep into that about that. There's a lot of things that from that school build even to 5 years ago, the codes have changed. The energy codes have changed. These schools, a lot of them that were grandfathered in, they're not because they want efficient buildings, and the buildings that we're trying to operate are not energy efficient. And we're trying to make them that way, utilizing new technology, but we're really band-aiding a lot of things. It's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot to get these buildings up to where the energy code is. I hope that answers your question. But I will come back to the Newcomb L with a little bit more detail.
Yeah, it really makes me angry that you know, it's not like there's another place they can go, or is there? I mean, to consolidate, say that roof fell over the weekend, and what would be Plan B?
Right.
Do you know?
I mean, educated guess would be bus them children south. We have another facility.
Not locally, not in Shiprock?
I mean, I would have to look at those numbers with the capacity, which, I mean, it's in this report, in looking at Eva B, looking at Nijoni, looking at Mesa, and looking at these current enrollment numbers, even with the 6th grade, and looking at these numbers and looking at if we're at 50% capacity. So then that's where this information I think will help in them decisions that you all, when you really look at this information compiled with this little spreadsheet of the amount of rooms, and when you look at the enrollment, when we look at, you know, a school like Shiprock High School that was designed for 1,600 students, a district that was designed for 11,000 students, and now we're at 4,250, and that high school has an enrollment of 456, and I think they said now 452, according to what I had when we did the initial plan in 2023, the Shiprock High School enrollment was 582. It's declined that much since 2023. And it just, in general, the population has shrunk. I mean, people have left. There has been things we know. I mean, it's even in that report about the plant closures and in what has happened, not only with the census and the amount of the numbers of the people that have left and just the population being so much smaller. And then just looking at these numbers and looking at that school design, and when you're there and you look at them facilities and you look at it, it's like, you know, the consolidation and the thing that you're looking, these numbers here could really, really help tie all that together when you really start looking at this and looking at 224 at a 224, 233 students at an Eva B. Stokely, and a 240 students at a Mesa. So right there you have 473 students when you have one elementary that would hold 570, you know.
Well, I think you might have that mindset up in PSFOC, or where, well, if it's so bad, why are they still in there?
Right.
And maybe that's the answer to move, but other than, you know, where would they go? Or you know, and then there's two schools then, you know, that need that, and one we're waiting on still. And yeah, I don't know, maybe we need to start thinking about that, because that's a lot of money too, you know, to put in a repair like that, just to have it torn down.
Yeah. And we want the best for the students, and we worry about, you know, we want to make sure that the environment is for sure, you know, that the children are learning, and you know, we know that probably most of the reports that we get, you probably hear of a lot of the things. We don't want hot classrooms, we don't want leaky roofs, but we have that. We do. It's with the amount of rain that we just had, the roof work orders that just came in, and the roofing companies that we're contacting, the contractors that it's tough to fix them roofs that are that old without doing a full re-roof on them and trying to make sure that, you know, the water's not going to come into a classroom. And, you know, and like you said, you know, yes, some of these some of the schools, like, well, you can move them into another classroom with temporary, but that's their classroom, you know, that's that teacher's room. And so we try our best to make sure some of these numbers and some of this stuff, like I say, the school dude system and the PSFA looking over and watching and making sure that we're making sure that our PMs are met and that the buildings are being maintained. It is, and I've said it before, and it is a double-edged sword. When you put the repair in, when you see a school as old as some of them schools and see the ranking that we're getting, and they won't even look at you till you're in the 70s. And some of our schools that I feel are in pretty bad shape, they're still in the 86, 87%, and they're thorough in their walkthrough when we do the assessments. I know you might have seen when they do a building assessment, they look in every room, they look at square footage, they open every door, they look at everything, and so they're really, really looking at us through a magnifying glass. So I got to give kudos to the maintenance department for, you know, the problems and the stuff that we do have, but as far as these buildings are concerned, we're trying to keep up as much as we can with the amount of budget we have. Okay. And like I said, these numbers do include the portables, which I took them out. Yeah. So it was way skewed worse with the portables. because then he was like, wow, you got even less classrooms being used. They're all in portables. So at least now our numbers match the buildings and not counting portables.
Are you done?
As far as that is, sir, yes, sir. As far as the building conditions, yes.
Is there any questions from the board on that item for Mr. Armenta? Go ahead to the next one then.
Okay, thank you, Vice President Wells. Board, thank you for your patience here, and I know I'm trying to give you all a bunch of good information, but this one is going to be kind of short because as far as the Newcomb Elementary, the school construction of the new middle school, or excuse me, the elementary school. I know I spoke to Mr. Jared Noble, and he was at the chapter meeting out there, and I know we had made public comment about the Newcomb Elementary School build in the last meeting we had down in Nashchidi. That's why this is on the board for a report. I would like to report that I did speak to the architect that was the design team to design the new Newcomb school. They did send me a bunch of the information that I did not have. Unfortunately, during a lot of the transition with the district in the different departments, some of that information was kind of caught in limbo as far as where we were, as far as the school build itself, and with certain aspects of the construction project. As far as the construction project, we have not made it public yet. We haven't gone out to the street for bid with it. We haven't even approached to go for an RFP because there's still some questions concerning the change in the law, the code. So building code changed since the school was designed, and it is the energy code, which we were talking about a little bit earlier when you were asking how that would affect the Newcomb Elementary. So with the new energy code that was passed, our building, when it was 100% designed and it was approved, that design doesn't get grandfathered into the new building code. So what that means is we will have to get another contractor out there that would actually commission and look at the building envelope. That would mean all the windows, all the roofing systems, all the ventilation, everything, to make sure that this building is efficient. And so in order to have it commissioned, it just means bringing in another contractor, which means more money. They're going to ask for another team to come in to make sure that this building will meet the new code. It has nothing to do with redesign or anything, but it could, because they could say it's not energy efficient, even though it's a brand new design, because the code did change. So I did meet with them. They are aware of it. They've already talked to some people as far as with the last change that had came through with NTUA needing to put them power poles where they were going to put them, and we had to make a design change to the fence on the west side of the property. That was the last, ADSR 9 was the last architectural design request that was presented to Central Consolidated Schools. We accepted it. We decided instead of moving the school, instead of moving the fence, we'll just make a little jog. Along with that report from the architect, we don't know what impact exactly that's going to have on this school. We did look at the site survey that was presented to the school board as to the different locations as to where to build the new school, and looking at drainage, looking at the whole area. That came up as a conversation topic, but it was never, if we had to redesign the school because we want to move, we didn't want to go down that road. We have a design. It's been approved. We just need to make sure that what we're going to do moving forward, as we get the team together and start having more public input, then we will get meetings back together and get get the team back together for moving forward with what the public's interest and what the board and know what we're doing moving forward on this new building. So it was supposed to break ground. I know that we've been running behind the whole schedule. I did reach out to the architect that's on the documentation that was sent to me through Souter Miller, the architect that drew up the plans for the new school site. No longer works for the company, but they have a great team. They're professionals. They're an architect company. That's what they do. They have another person that's in charge. He's going to reach back out and give me and make sure that the survey is complete, because there was supposed one missing link on the survey, and if we have to, maybe we pay for a new survey. That'll be a very minimal cost, but then that puts us back where we need to be, so we can take that and prove to the Navajo Nation that our survey is complete, it's a tract of land, and we can move forward because of our lease and everything will be in place. So that's the current information I have on the Newcomb Elementary School. I know it says on here Newcomb Elementary and Newcomb Middle School construction. The middle school, it was supposed to almost run in tandem, but we haven't even had that design put in yet. So right now, our main focus from our team with our leadership team is this Newcomb Elementary School build and getting ground broke and getting the team together that's going to push this project through to the end. It's an 18-month, 20-month project, and time's clipping away. So that's where we stand currently with the Newcomb Elementary. And I think at that point, if we have, our architect on for whatever the design concept for the middle school, high school combination, I think that would be the next moving forward along with TBA. It's going to have to just be boom, boom, boom. Now, how we're going to do it, fund-wise, and, I think a lot of the things that we're doing, and then with the changes from the state, maybe on some of our match, maybe, fingers crossed, maybe it would be better. And that's stuff that we will have to approach the PSCOC and, them acronyms out there, the Public Capital Outlay Committee, and those that are in charge with as far as the funding goes, then we go approach them at that point in time, and we move forward with these schools that are in the top 100 in the state to be rebuilt. And with that, I stand for questions.
Any questions?
Yes. On the, with that new design or the new code, how many charging ports?
I honestly don't know. I haven't seen, I know that is part of it with the initiative, but I don't know how many. I don't know if it designates how many. That's something that that's something that we have not even crossed yet.
Because then that's been the whole holdup, is the transformer that's there is not adequate for this design, and now to add in the new to be at code, and the charging ports is probably more than one, so there's more of a load there again. Right. And that's just, I don't know, maybe you can go back and say, come on, man.
Right. I know I know that is part of it, and I know that our architect is working diligently, because I know some of that was in the plan. It was in the design, but to not what extent that they're wanting, I couldn't tell you at what extent that green with the energy code that got passed, how much it's going to affect. I'm not quite sure what the impact is going to be, but I do know that, NTUA is putting up that 115 kilovolt line, and it's going up. It is. how much that's gonna help, what they can bring in. But with that transformer, I know that there's been a lot of questions as to when that's coming in, where it's gonna go. It's on the old cross-country track, part of that, I still need to meet with them to go and maybe we move that. But now with this new power line coming in, NTUA has seemed to be really, they've been communicating with us a lot more and a lot more clearly about some of the projects they have going on. I know that they're doing a natural gas tying in. They're bringing in a new gas line to Shiprock. And so they've been really keeping us in the loop as far as being, of course, a big customer. And we need to make sure that our services between the power and the electricity and the natural gas and the water side of things, that we want to make sure that the services that we're paying for, that we're upholding, because we do have a couple projects right now going on with NTUA. We have the one at SAO, and of course what we need done at Newcomb Elementary. We got some major, and then they've had some changes in their upper engineering and the people from their main office. And so I think now with the new team from PSFA, with us, with our new team going forward with the Newcomb Elementary build, we still have passion, we still have the drive from the community. Of course, we want this school, we need it, we got it, we need to move it forward. So I hope that here in the next few months, we will have some really good, solid information to pass on. That's my goal, that we can pass on some good, positive information about what's going on with the Newcomb Elementary School build.
There was a question I was going to ask.
Time's up.
Mr. Montoya, do you have a comment? Mr. Sol?
I don't really have any questions. A lot of my questions were answered in the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I remember. So I was just going to say that, you brought up the new power line infrastructure that's going on, and I remember hearing that at the chapter house. Right now it's like 363 kilowatts, and what they're putting in is up to 400 something kilowatts. And so, I think there's a lot of things moving, utility-wise, electric-wise, with NTUA, and then also with the projects that were canceled. And so, this is probably a bad time, but I think at the most part, just ask superintendent to keep on top of it, so if it becomes a safety issue, that we're told, and make sure that our students are safe.
That's a priority. Yes, Ms. Aspis, thank you. Thank you, board. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have ESS contract by Tanya Amrine.
Good evening, board. I brought the ESS contract to y'all last month, and it was tabled for further lawyer review, and that has happened, so I'm bringing it back. What questions do you have?
Ms. Chappelle? Oh, there it is.
Yes, I'm sorry, I was trying to unmute, I apologize.
I have had a great conversation with our procurement officer, and also have looked at the issue myself. I think Christy has a good, Ms. Walter has a good explanation on the timeline that I think is beneficial to the board. And so I think it'd be a good idea to just hear from Ms. Walter on that, Ulcers on that, and then, but from my perspective, the board is good to move on approving that contract.
I'm good.
Okay.
Any questions or comments from the board?
I don't know.
Mr. Montoya?
I was just asking if we approve that tonight. Are we going to approve that as in action?
I think we have to,
I think we need to.
Yes, it
because
is.
we tabled it, yeah.
But is it listed?
Yes,
Can
it
I
is
make a motion
listed
to
as an
approve
action
item?
item.
All right, then
Yeah.
I make a motion to accept the contract.
Yeah, I'll second the motion to approve the item.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the item. Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
Ms. Aspas?
Yes.
Mr. Sol?
Yes.
Ms. Haskey? I think so too. I approve it as well, so that's 4-1.
Excellent, thank you.
Motion passed. 10A, possible items for next meeting.
I have nothing at this time.
Mr. Sol, do you have anything for the next meeting?
I don't have anything at this time, thank you. Well, maybe real quick, maybe, I'm not sure if we need to go over our legislative priorities. Just a question, or, okay, that's it, thank you.
Why do we have, like, possible items for next meeting and then possible items for future meetings?
I don't know.
Possible items.
I mean, why?
5 years from now.
I agree with you.
So I can,
We scratch that?
We kind of, yeah, we pretty much not use that one.
anyway,
Okay, we don't have any possible items, we'll go.
I have a, but I'm trying to word it in a way.
Hurry, I want to go home.
Me too.
Gary, go down and plug them.
I'll just wait. I need to
Think about it?
formulate it in the legal way.
Okay. Number 10. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we adjourn. Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
Ms. Aspas?
Yes.
Mr. Sol?
Yes.
Ms. Haskey? And I vote yes. This meeting is adjourned.